Hi there, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series, and it's Thursday. You all know what that means. It's a double dose of darting delights here at the Live Lounge from Portsmouth. We're going to have two groups get underway after Andy Bolton made it through from Group A yesterday. Group C is about to kick off this afternoon, and here is who's in the lineup. England captain James Hurrell joins this week's action this afternoon. Can Hillbilly rock Group C and reach finals night? Fellow England international Josh Richardson is also beginning his campaign today. The former world boys champion has mixed history at the Super Series. The England theme continues with former captain Scott Mitchell. Last time he was here, he was in the commentary box. Now the 2015 world champion wants his darts to do the talking again. Thomas Junghans endured a difficult campaign in Group A, but things did start to turn for the Swiss slinger yesterday, including this unorthodox 180. Adam Atkinson has seemed a shadow of the player that reached a finals night here. Really performed on his previous visit to the Super Series, but has won just one match so far this week. And Tommy Lishman, well, he's turned on the style with some fabulous finishing, including the big fish and the odd spot of showboating on his debut week. Yeah, three players who've been playing in Group A, three players coming in. Are you excited about this group, and in particular, who by?
I am excited about it, and you think about two England captains in this group, and obviously Josh Richardson being an England international as well, but I've got to be honest, Tommy Lishman is the one I'm really excited about. His debut day on Monday, it didn't quite go his way, but he didn't play poorly. But over the course of Tuesday and Wednesday, he has improved, and he has started to turn on the style. It's really promising for the next couple of days, and maybe there's a bit more expectation about him come Thursday. Yeah,
Tommy played in Group A earlier this week, and we can see how the table finished up. So he finished fourth, which is why he's in this group with Thomas Junghans and Adam Atkinson. Only won one match, Adam. But before we move on to this group, a quick word on Andy Bolton, who kind of cruised through the group, didn't he, despite Sebastian Białecki snapping at his heels?
It doesn't necessarily look like he cruised through the group, but he was at that top portion of the group all week long. And Sebastian and Stefan were chasing him all the time, but he always seemed to have the answer to whatever question he was posed. And Andy will be very happy to have the couple of days off because, like he said yesterday to you, he has got a little bit of shoulder soreness. So having that rest today and tomorrow will be invaluable going into Saturday.
Yeah, so those three players we saw in the bottom half coming into this group. We'll have a look at the numbers from Group A over the course of the last 3 days. Lishman involved in the quickest game in that group. But what stands out for you?
27 90-plus averages, really. I think that's a really good stat. We've had 3 ton-plus averages as well. And only 3 bullseye finishes, I think, is a bit of a surprise. But don't let that fool you because there's been a lot of attempts.
Yeah,
and maybe
many from Tommy Lishman.
Absolutely. He's trying to leave that bullseye every chance he gets. And don't be surprised if he leaves it a lot today and tomorrow.
Yeah, if anyone wasn't watching, Tommy Lishman attempted to go bull 1 bull on 101, bull treble 7 bull on 121. I mean, these kind of things could be coming into play. Right, let's have a look at the groups for this week then. Just confirmation on the right-hand side, the players in this group. But this evening, Paul, Group B, Sebastian Białecki and Stefan Belmont coming in. Alexander Merckx, who won a week here before. Owen Bates, who's been close to getting through to Champions Week. And Paul Hogan, always competitive.
Very much so. I think the way that Stefan Belmont played this week, he will have a chance of getting through that group, but he will look at the competitors he's up against and think this is going to be a really tough ask. Even in 2023, when I think he's playing his best darts in his career so far. But before we get to that, I think Group C is there for the taking for somebody to possibly dominate it if they get a really good start on Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, attention then on the group that we're going to have in this afternoon's session, and we're going to have a look at the betting for this group. Any surprise to you that Scott Mitchell's the favourite?
No, I don't think so. You look at what he's done in his career, being a former world champion. I know it was 8 years ago, but people still think that he is the most likely to win from this 6. That, for me, is probably the right thing to do. James Hurrell, current England champion, 11-4. Watch out for him, but I do get the feeling that in this truncated 2-day group, he will need to get a very solid Thursday under his belt. I think the value's in Tommy Lishman. I'm not being completely biased because I know I'm really excited about watching him play. But the fact of the matter is, his levels have gone up from Monday to Tuesday to Wednesday. And if he improves again, he will be in the top 2 at the end of the day.
Speaking of value, here is what our bet builder has put together today. Paul, agree, disagree, indifferent?
Well, when you look at Younghans, if he was playing Hurrell on Monday, that bet just wouldn't be there. It wouldn't be at that price either. But because of what's happened over the last couple of days, Hurrell handicap betting at minus 1.5 at 5 to 6 looks like decent value. As for Lishman against Atkinson, most 180s for Lishman. Adam hasn't had a great deal of 180s this week compared to Lishman, so you've got to go with that one. And at 10 to 11, that's very fair. As for Mitchell against Hurrell, they have played each other this year and other times previous, but total 180s, 2 or more. I'm not 100% certain on that one, but 4 to 5, I think, you're looking at the accumulator just over 5 to 1. It's a fair punt, in my opinion.
There you go then, and if you are going to have a flutter today, of course, do so responsibly. BeGambleAware.org, and it's 18 plus. Right, let's get the action underway then. Paul Nicholson is going to head downstairs. He's in the commentary box alongside Henry Deacon. Scott Mitchell is on the stage and he's going to take on Tommy Lishman.
Indeed he is. Thank you very much, Chris. Very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the 4th day of competition here at the MODUS Super Series, where, well, we've got one of our most recognisable voices taking on, well, a face that has really embraced the Super Series. There he is. Most of the time I'm with Scott Mitchell in this venue. I'm usually, well, sat about 2 paces away from him talking about darts. But he's going to be throwing the darts today. The 53-year-old former BDO world champion taking on the, well, the Humberside hero, Tommy Lishman, the 28-year-old from Hull, who with his enigmatic finishes and his devilish, delightful scoring power is going to really dazzle and delight over the course of the next couple of hours or so. It is Scott Mitchell to get us underway here on day 4 of action here at the Super Series. And
85.
Back in the commentary box, it's great to have the company of Paul Nicholson. Hello again, Paul.
Yes, good afternoon, Henry, and to all. We all expect
66
from these two over the next couple of days. That cannot be denied. For very different reasons, in fact, because Scott has a definitive reputation. When it comes to Lishman, his reputation
140
is only just starting this week. What are we going to get from him in a 10-game group then? We know what he did in a 15-game group.
100.
Got himself 7 wins from a possible 15. And when you consider how well he played on Tuesday and Wednesday, Henry, it almost feels quite harsh that he's in Group C.
Well, you actually look at the odds before the
60.
game, and the bookies don't get many wrong, but they had Scott Mitchell on as a 2 to 5 favourite, and they had Lishman out as a 7 to 4 outsider.
I think one of the reasons why it is that way is because Scott has
135.
the throw. If it was the other way around, it might be a bit tighter. Well, let's address subject number 1 with Mitchell. I know that he has signed with a new manufacturer recently, but he's in transition
100
with this equipment. Is he using what he will use in maybe a year? No, I don't think so. He's using what he needs to use
100
at the minute.
Scott, you require 160.
Let's see what he does with it over the next couple of days.
Well, can he get off to a bright start here? 116 for the opening leg. 96 left. Can he just squeeze one above? He can do exactly that. And so double 18 for 15 dart hold
98.
to kick off his campaign. Not
Tommy,
to be.
require
And around
100.
this territory, Lishman has been lethal.
Conventional route, of course.
45.
If it was the middle of yesterday afternoon, he probably
Scott,
would have gone
require
bull
18.
out of the board, bull. Can't get a better guide for double 9 than that.
No score.
But that doesn't go
Tommy,
to
you
plan.
require
And Lishman gets an
55.
early breaking chance here.
It's a bit of a reprieve here for Tommy. He's going to get tops. 2 at it for the break.
Game shot
and
on
that's
the first
exactly what he
leg.
does. He
Tommy
only needed the one
Lishman.
opportunity, and he leads Scott Mitchell by a leg to 0 here.
Second leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on. 100.
When you consider how Tommy has played this week, I mentioned with Chris Murphy on the balcony there, Henry, that he's improved day on day. His daily average on Monday was 88.01, and he got 1 win out 5.
85.
There were signs there on Monday that if he just improved a little bit more, he would cause more problems for everybody else in that group. It proved to be the case.
180.
That is his 28th 180 of the week. He's the king of the maximums here in week 7. When it comes to Tuesday, 90.41, more evidence of what he could do. But yesterday, the second day in a row where he got 3 wins from 5, 91.21.
91.
He puts in that kind of performance today. I can see him sitting handsomely in the top 2.
Which was why when I had a look at the 10-1 odds of him to win the group, I thought
60. Tommy, you require
that's just too
130.
big when you look at the numbers he put in. Yesterday's daily average was over 91, and he's looking to double his lead here. Went treble 14. He loves that creative route. The treble would have left the subsequent double, and so tops after 12 for a 2-0 lead.
I really like that route. I actually haven't seen that in many years. 60, treble 14, double 14. It's almost like he's been studying different ways of taking
81.
finishes in the right spot.
Tommy, you require
He's not
40.
being too flashy. There is thought and logic behind these things he's doing.
20.
And he has a return visit guaranteed, courtesy of Mitchell being outside 170. And it's not as if Leishman has been struggling on the doubles this week. 36% for the week.
65.
He's been just above
Tommy, you require
Super
20.
Series average all week long.
So double 10 for 2-0. Needs to adjust the course. He couldn't quite adjust enough.
Scott,
and so Mitchell's got an opportunity to pinch Tommy's pocket in a similar vein that he did to Scott in the first leg. 90 left, so treble 18 would be the play, not to be this time. And so Leishman back for another go at double 10,
65.
this time under much more severe
Tommy,
pressure.
you require 20.
Got to give it a go. That double
Scott, you
really
require
has annoyed
45.
him now. It's cost him this second leg potentially. Mitchell on tops. I think he's got to go to the right of that.
25.
He wanted to try and bump it in, and it bumped too
Tommy,
much.
you require 10. Game shot on the
2-0
second
Leishman.
leg. Tommy Leishman.
Finds it in the end, an ironic wail of the arms.
Third leg, it's Scott
He's
to throw
2-0
first.
against Scott Mitchell.
Game
Now,
on.
you were mentioning the fact that Scott is in this in-between process, changing manufacturers, new equipment will come as a consequence of it. Now, you have had that switch in your career where you've moved to
60.
new equipment because you've moved to a new manufacturer. How long can that process be for a player to find something that they're comfortable with after having to change with what obviously they've been used to for
48.
so long?
It's a great question, actually, because some people never find the right equipment with a new manufacturer and they end up going back to an old one. They have that reverse journey. It's a bit like Mark Hughes going to Barcelona from Manchester United, and then he ends up
59.
back at Manchester United because it didn't work out in Spain. With some people, they go to a different manufacturer and they think this will be a positive move, but if it doesn't work out, it wouldn't be a surprise.
60.
But in order to get the right stuff, some people bolt it down really quickly. Some people are a bit more intricate. And it might just take a period of about 6 to 9 months to find out exactly what you're going to use in the long term.
81.
It's not as if Mitchell's having a poor season. He's playing here, he's playing on the Challenge Tour. He's currently 13th
92.
on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. The second time he's been involved in that Order of Merit. And let's not forget the first time, he was pretty much at the top the whole time. He's been to a couple of finals this year.
140.
Losing out to two very well-known names. One of them is Barry Van Peer,
140.
last week's champion.
Scott, you
And the
require
other one, Christian
161.
Kist, who was in the final here in week 4.
And who also has a Pro Tour semi-final in 2023 under his belt.
65. Tommy, you require 161.
To be honest, it's the one thing we've been awaiting outside the 170 is another one of these big bullseye finishes. The fact that he's only had the one big fish has actually been a little bit of a surprise.
Scott, you require 96.
Now, that stat slide that we showed at the start of the show. 3 bullseye finishes for 3 days. That's very surprising. Doesn't quite get that 60 for a shot.
56.
But Lishman
Tommy, you require
can
24.
now find his way to 2 breaks of throw and 3-0. 2 threes.
18.
How many
Scott, you
chances
require
has he
40.
had? 14 darts at a double. He should have cruised to 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott
But it's not
Mitchell.
the case.
Mitchell brings it back to 2-1. And so
Fourth
Lishman,
leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
the
Game
dart's going to
on.
reestablish that 2-leg cushion, but he knows early in his heart of hearts he should be throwing for the match right now.
97.
There's another thing about this group as well. There are lots of players out there who are still gaining experience at this level. I think Tommy's one of them. Don't forget who he's playing today. Some people do get a little bit
140.
nervous playing against a name. Mitchell is a name. He's a world champion, England captain. He's done
55.
other bits as well. I could go through his CV and talk about all of his tournament wins, but it would probably take us all the way through to about 6 o'clock. But don't underestimate just how much someone who's never played Mitchell before
140.
would want a victory against him, because it would make them feel good. Sometimes you can want that just a little bit too much.
45.
And 12 darts missed at a double from Tommy in a game that's incomplete doesn't feel the same as the previous 3 days to me.
But what you actually find from Tommy when you delve through the stats a little bit deeper
60.
is you'll have these games where the doubling is fantastic. There's always one game, if you look at the samples for the first 3 days, where it will be like a 4 from 24 or a 3 from 22 or something like that. As Lishman finds a max to pile all sorts of pressure on this 161 for Mitchell.
161.
Essentially what Tommy's done there with that maximum is he's flipped this leg around into his favour potentially.
95. Tommy, you require 124.
This would cure what ailed him in the first 3 legs. Well, a missed chance.
91. Scott, you require 66.
And Mitchell now has worked his way back into a position to level up. He's going to get a dart in his hand. At tops.
46.
Drag just underneath, and
Tommy,
so Lishman is
required
back for the
33.
opportunity to make it 3-1. He's most probably now going to have opportunity to win every leg in the match. Indeed, he will. It's going to be double 14. He loves this double,
19.
but not this time.
I don't think he likes any double.
Scott, you require
at the minute.
20. Game
There you
shot
go,
on the
2-2.
fourth leg. Scott Mitchell.
And that big exhalation from the red-headed flame from Humberside. He can't believe
Fifth leg,
But
it's
it's
Scott to
2-2.
throw first.
he's probably
Game on.
thinking right now, Henry, how have I not won this 4-0? I've had twice as many darts at double as Scott. But then again, don't let that fool you. He has had the solitary maximums in this game,
100.
but it has been played on a very even keel average-wise.
Well, you could see in the background
59.
between legs, Lishman just shake his head, almost look up at the heavens for divine inspiration.
He's actually only had 1 game this week. where he's had more darts at a double than this.
100.
And that was in his third game on Tuesday when he was playing against Adam Atkinson. He still won by 4 legs to 2, and it was a very similar game to this, actually. Both averaged in the high 70s. And because he got 20 darts at a double, he eventually won 4-2, but I think the difference between Mitchell and Atkinson this week is a little bit different.
95.
We will see Adam in game 3 playing against current England international Josh Richardson, younger of the two Richardsons that we have had here. And I'm particularly interested to see what we get from James Hurrell over the next 2 days as well, to see if he can make his way to Saturday night.
Yes, the England captain will be with us shortly
99.
Against the Swiss, Thomas Junghans. But in this one, Scott Mitchell has turned the page here. He's the man in control of proceedings, and Leishman having to move across to try and find a way towards the second treble.
Scott, you require
unsuccessful in that
107.
task. Mitchell 107 then to come back from 2-0 down and to lead 3-2. Leishman, remember, has had darts in every single leg in this match so far. He may well find himself behind if Mitchell pins tops
67.
just above the wire.
Tommy, you require 124.
This is the finish he had in the last leg. Better first dart. And a missed single. Oh, Tommy.
84.
And when Mitchell is on top form,
Scott, you require 40.
this is a gimme.
Game shot on the 5th
And
leg.
it is a gimme for
Scott
Scotty
Mitchell.
Dog, who moves into a 3-2 lead. And Tommy Leishman, who must be thinking he should be in the practice room now with 2 points to his
Sixth leg,
name and
it's Tommy
2
to
points
throw
in the
first.
leisure,
Game on.
is now throwing in leg 6 just to stay in proceedings. He's suddenly on the back foot from a position of sheer
80.
authority.
That 5th leg was the first leg in this contest that Leishman did not get a shot at a double. And it was his fault that he didn't, because he missed a single 14
60.
or the treble. We've said it many times over the last 2.5 years that if you have a game
59.
like this at the start of a campaign, whether it's Group A, B or C, it may well infect the rest of your performances because you just can't forget about what happened in game 1. Regardless of what happens from here,
60.
Tommy must not dwell on it. If he can still get out of here with a win, more power to him.
94.
Mind you can get in contact with us at the Super Series on our social media handles. It is at MSS Darts.
Yeah, let us know where you're watching from today, because it's a particularly
100.
beautiful day here in the United Kingdom. If you're watching from these home shores, or indeed from overseas, please let us know where you're watching from. And send us a picture
128.
of your setting of watching. You might be watching it in the garden, on an iPad, or some form of other tablet that is available.
I'll tell you what, we'll set a challenge. Most unique place you are watching the Super Series from. It could be a far-flung island in the middle of
Tommy
somewhere,
require
anywhere. Just let us know
140.
where you're watching from. You may be watching Tommy Leishman take out a 140 to send us all the way. Or you may be watching Scott Mitchell about to pin 148 to seal 2 points.
60.
Which
Scott, you require
Tommy Leishman looked as if he had
148.
in the bag midway through proceedings.
Tommy has been a bit of a maverick this week on finishes. And at one point yesterday, he even went for 3 double tops on 120. I think you know what I'm going to say next.
120.
Is he going to go for 2?
Tommy, you require 80.
Looks like 2 singles for tops for me. A very defensive play,
Game
but a
shot on
very
the 6th
useful
leg.
one.
Tommy Leishman.
And in a funny sort of way, I get why he did that. Because what he wanted to do, after missing the 14 in
final
leg
leg. It's
5,
Scott to throw first. Game
he
on.
wanted to guarantee that he was getting a shot at the outer ring instead of being aggressive on the 60 and maybe having to use the bullseye at some point.
100.
strength in mind from Lishman against a very experienced player in Scotty Dog.
Scott's one of those players that you have
59.
got to break down. He is one of those that will play to the final dart, has got this never say die spirit and attitude. And that is what served him so well in his career. And we talk about the BDO World Championship he won. Of course he did. It's a world title.
100.
Let's not forget what else he's done. Some of the other titles he's won. The fact he got to #1 in that BDO tree. The fact he's played at numerous Grand Slams. He could have been a world champion for a second time in 2020 if it wasn't for Wayne Warren having such a miraculous run.
Not to mention the fact that after losing his tour privileges, he went back to County Darts, and we know how much he loves his county of Dorset because the flag is on the collar.
140.
And he found his way back to that England international squad very quickly.
Him and his old mucker Tommy Morris making that squad.
180.
As Lishman makes the match, but is it going to be
Scott,
in
you
vain?
require 161.
That's number 30 for the week. Oh, how he would crave another one. Because it could well change the end of this match.
65.
He's not going to get one. Just having a check of where Scott is. He's somewhat intelligently left a 2-darter.
42.
And I think he got a little bit
Scott,
lost
you
there.
required 96.
He's left himself a bogey number. If Mitchell takes this, the rest of the day is a mental battle for Lishman. Because he knows he should have won this game.
87.
But look at it this way, Henry. At no point has Lishman had a match dart.
But the man who's been so good with the mathematical equations
40.
has had a little bit of a slip when it's
Scott, you
mattered most. And
require
so
9.
it allows Mitchell in, a man who is 2-0 down, faced darts to go 3-0 down in this game, to seal success on double 4, to pick up his first 2 points of the group.
Game,
In it goes.
shots,
Scott
and the
Mitchell is
match.
up and running
Scott
here
Mitchell.
at the Super Series. Scotty Dog is up to his old tricks again as he picks up a victory against Tommy Lishman by 4 legs to 3, an 83 average, 4 from 14 on the doubles. Hurl Younghans is our next live action next.
Welcome back. Today's second fixture features James Hurrell, and the last time the England captain was here, he missed out on a finals night place on leg difference in Group C, hoping to avoid the same fate as he takes on Switzerland's Thomas Junghans. He endured an unwanted record-equalling spell of 5 straight whitewash defeats during his Group A campaign. We'll be looking to put those to the back of his mind and to guide you through the action. It's back to Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Welcome back, everyone. So, game 2, Junghans up against Hurrell, who's seen the silent assassin over the last 3 days or so. There is definitely nothing silent about the shirt of the hillbilly James Hurrell. It's
First leg, it's
almost
James
like
to throw
a
first.
Sweden
Game
football
on.
kit from the 1990s. You could see Henrik Larsson in one of them, couldn't you?
He's got some very bright flights as well. A little bit of branding here from Hillbilly Hurrell. Great to see him playing back here.
140.
I'll tell you what that dart shirt is, though. It's the world's worst word search. I do like it, James. It's very you.
Now,
45.
since James last been here, there's been a change of equipment. The barrel is exactly the same, but if you look at the back end of his equipment, you can just see like it's just a slightly shorter stem, it seems, than last time, and a change of the flights. The barrel looks the same as what we did see last
100.
time, but the back end of the equipment has changed somewhat. Actually, since the practice darts, it's a different colour flight stem combination as well, because he was using an orange pair during the practice warm-up.
134.
You might say to yourself that changing the colour of a stem or a flight is not that big a deal. To some people, it very much is.
140.
Because it's what you see in the board. A lot of people like to see the flights. They like bright colours, like Thomas has got here with the green. This is what he used on Tuesday.
100.
He had blue
James
on Monday and
required
purple yesterday.
121.
But some people don't like to see their flights when they hit the board. That's why some people use translucent equipment or even black to make it have that
59.
stealth element. But obviously, with these two here, starting their campaign here in game number 2, they very much want to see where that flight is so they can use it as a marker.
Well, we were
22.
asking the questions
James
as to what
requires
kind of form
62.
guide James Hurrell goes into this week with. Well, the early indications are very good, leaving 62 after 12, and he's going to get a dart at top. So in the opening leg with a holder throw,
22.
he is going to come back and have the luxury of time.
James has a lot in common with Scott Mitchell, obviously because they've both worn the captain's armband for the England team. But they both adore
140.
tops.
James required
They
40.
do some of their best work at the top of the shop.
Game shot on the
There it
first
is.
leg. James Hurrell.
Opening 16 darter from Hurrell. He has had some decent experiences here in Portsmouth.
Second leg, it's
He was
Thomas
here
to
on the
throw
very
first.
first
Game
night
on.
last September. But the last time he was with us, he missed out on Saturday night for the first time, and it was by the smallest of margins.
57.
Junghans has been playing for the last 3 days, and he's also been focusing
100.
on the WDF circuit this year. He's played in some PDC darts in the past, whether it be European tours or other things like that. But this year, sole focus, WDF rankings. He's got a couple of titles in Cyprus.
59.
And to say that his week has been a bit up and down would maybe be the understatement of the month. Very good on Monday, averaging 89 for the day.
59.
But then things plummeted by over 12 points with that nightmare day on Tuesday where he did not get any wins. It was slightly improved yesterday, but it was nowhere near what he
133.
did on Monday. So now that the slate is clean, what can he do to recover from a bad 48 hours?
Well, the early signs are okay. It's just the fact that James Hurrell
100.
is coming out the tracks kind of in the vein that we'd expect from James Hurrell. He's not the most prolific maximum hitter, but what you will get is a flurry of 2 treble visits.
100.
Whether they be 137s, whether they be 140s.
Look at that twist of the dart when it reaches the cheekbone. A very James
60.
Hurrell movement.
Thomas should require 152.
Something I could never do. Turn the dart away from my face, then correct it as it is propelled forward. I was more of a young hands technician where it was straight back towards the face and straight through. But don't let me communicate to you the fact that James Hurrell's throw is a weakness.
45.
It isn't. It's about finding what works best for you and moving with it. That's exactly what he's done. Winning titles over the last few years, and not small ones either.
140.
His WDF
Thomas should
resume is
require 107.
something to behold. He was #1 in those rankings for such a long time. Was due to be the #1 seed at last year's Lakeside, but because the tour card holders came in and went back to the
87.
original rankings, so
James
he's in that
required
unique position
42.
where he was the #1 player, but ranked #6 in terms of the seedings.
Double top again.
32.
Misses the secondary double
Thomas
as
should
well.
require 20.
Give Jurgens a shot at that same target. There's been too much of this over the last couple of days.
10.
And he will feel
James, you require
like he's falling
10.
into quicksand once again.
2-0. Don't expect him to miss again, but he does, and so Younghans returns.
6.
And so an
Thomas should
opportunity
require 10.
arises for the Swiss.
Not a bad guy, that one. But he does exactly what Hurrell
6.
did.
James, you require 4.
Desmond. That may be a good bad dart. He can get enough air on this one. He could skid it into the #2.
No score.
And it doesn't find the
Thomas
right
should
little
require
notch of the
4.
flight to cushion it in. It finds the centre and pushes it away.
Game shot
There
on
you
the
go,
second
1-1.
leg. Thomas
Somewhat
Younghans.
fortuitous leg there for Thomas, who wins in 26 darts. 10 more than the first leg, won by Hurrell.
Third leg, it's James to throw first.
Well, let's
Game
just go
on.
through the resume of James Hurrell and what he's picked up in recent times. 2022 was such a fruitful year for the Hillbilly. He got to #1 in the WDF rankings. He played in that Australian
27.
Open event, which is one of the WDS Premier Invitationals. Only the top players in the rankings, the world champions, get an invite there. He won the Italian Masters, the Belfry Open, the Scottish Open, which is such a huge event
140.
in that particular calendar, and was also the winner of the Isle of Man Classic. Now, actually, in that Isle of Man tournament in 2022, James Hurrell's brother Ashley got to the final of the
140.
Open event, the main event in that particular weekend, and he lost out to the Badger, Dave Prince.
Darts is a family affair, quite a lot. And we'll talk about that with Josh Richardson
140.
in the next match, because everybody knows who Josh's dad is. And let's think about that extraordinary accomplishment from the Richardson
81.
family earlier this year, where Josh played in the same team internationally with his dad. Quite the feat, if you ask me.
140.
Good shot from Thomas. He might be about to take the lead. It's going to be workmen like this group. I said there's a chance that someone could dominate this group if they can get out there and put in good performances in the first couple
58.
or
Thomas
3
should
games.
require 81.
I'm starting to think that this could be a real melee over the next couple of afternoons. 6. Now that's
Game
a bit
shot on
more
the
like
third
it.
leg. Thomas Younghans.
12 dart break. That's just a little bit better than 26 darts.
Fourth leg, it's
improves the
Thomas to
average,
throw
you see.
first. Game on.
38 darts for 2 legs. It equates to 219 darters, and you think, well, that's acceptable. But when you put in that 12 darter early in the campaign,
37.
I can't ignore the fact that that must make Thomas feel so much better because he hasn't had a leg like that since Monday.
And how important do you think it will be for him to get onto 2 points sooner rather than later if he can go and
100.
pick up those points, especially in this one where you know that you're finding yourself at the top end of the table having spent so long languishing near the bottom?
Well, let's put it this way. He lost 22 consecutive legs this week,
45.
which was equally a record. But between his win yesterday, his solitary win on Wednesday, before that, his previous win was on Monday
140.
lunchtime. So getting points early will be very important.
Points mean prizes here at the Super Series, and the prize they all want to get to is Saturday night when they're live in front of a crowd. If you want to join us on a Saturday night at the Super Series,
99.
just scan that QR code, which is just appeared on your screen now. It takes you over to a website called dartshop.tv, and from there you can book your tickets pretty much to around about September time here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So why don't you have a summer of darts down on the south coast, and you'll be able to watch darts in, well, it's such a unique and intimate setting here, the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Champions Night, if you want to mark your card, is August the 5th. There's some good lineups as well in the next few weeks if you fancy popping down and joining us. As Hubble looks to pop the 1-2-1. This is for 2 apiece, and this is for 12 of his own. And it turns out, James, you're just a little bit too good.
I've got to be honest, I don't agree with that shot anymore. In previous seasons, yeah, I get on board with it. But now, I'm starting to see this trend. When your opponent is not on a finish, like Thomas isn't here with 2-3-5, the right play there is treble 7.
57. James, you require
Because at
8.
worst, you're going to leave tops with 3 darts. Now he's got a smaller double. What if he was to split it a couple of times?
Game shot on the 4th.
It's all worked out all right in the
Hall.
end. But just be wary that you're putting yourself in a position that might get a little bit sticky.
5th leg, it's James to throw first. Game
My
on.
advice, as a commentator and an analyst in this game, when your opponent is not on a finish, at worst, leave yourself on a double that is high in number.
180.
Leave double 16. Leave double top. Don't leave things like double 2, double 4, double 5. Give yourself opportunities of split shots.
140.
If James had kept missing doubles there, you just don't know what could have happened. But fair play to him. He got that 15 darter, and he did draw level. And he started with a max in this leg as well.
44.
He's looking pretty good if he can protect his throw in the rest of the game.
Just get the sense that this group is going to be a little bit attritional at times.
Yeah, I get the feeling that's the case. And
37.
the real mental test here for Youngans is if that happens again with the dart falling on the floor and his angle of attack being too steep, he's got to make peace with it.
140.
It's not the board, because it's only happening to him. It's not happening to anybody else.
Although he did have that miracle max, didn't he, yesterday, which you haven't seen yet. Head over to our social media channels at MSS Darts. It really has encapsulated
26.
social media.
James, you require 137.
I've made peace with the fact that I will never understand how that was a maximum. Tidy, efficient,
97.
and very, very good from Hurrell. Quite a lot of missed darts at double in this game, though. 10 from James, 8 from Thomas.
41. James, you require 40.
Tops are 3-2. And Hillbilly's just making a little bit of a kick over the last couple of legs. He's got the luxury of time.
Game
Time
shot
he
on the
doesn't
5th
need.
leg. James
3-2 he
Hall.
leads. The Hillbilly's looking to rock and roll in this opening game of the group.
6th leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
On the back of his dart shirt is the caricature throwing with one eye closed. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. I might be wrong. Imagine if somebody did that.
131.
Imagine if you threw right eye dominant and you closed your left eye.
I mean, I'd say we should try it, but I'm not sure health and safety would
140.
let us.
I'm pretty convinced that that caricature's got his left eye closed. I find that quite amusing. But you're right about Hurrell. He has been kicking in
100.
the last couple of legs. And by that, we are talking about what athletes do down the back straight. They keep themselves in the race. Then all of a sudden, towards the last 200 to 300 meters, they start speeding up. And that's exactly what Hurrell has done.
So we are midway through the second match of the day. James Hurrell leading 3-2. Let's just go back to the group in general, because we saw in that first game, Tommy Leishman lose to Scott Mitchell. Is Scott the player, do you think, that's got that reputation on his back because of what he won and maybe because of the starts of the year particularly that he had?
Based on the players that he's got with him in this table, you have to say that he is the person with the target on his back. Everybody wants to get a win against a former world champion.
140.
But for a moment, don't think that James hasn't got a target on his back either. Everybody knows his reputation. He's played at Lakeside before. He's made the last 8. Everybody knows where he's been ranked over the last couple of years as well. So he might not have as big a target on his back as Mitchell.
132.
Well, there's a bit of a fortunate 12. It's better than a 5.
I mean, there's utilising the board and then there's that.
Yeah, that's a bad deflection though, isn't it? And this is bad news.
180. Thomas should require 138.
More 180s than Young'uns in this match here. He's got 2-0 as the England captain. And now, because he has been kicking over the last couple of legs,
58.
he speeds
James should require
into the last
41.
50 with a possible 11 darter.
Tops to do it. Tops to finish
Game,
with an
shots,
absolute
and
flourish.
match.
And James Hurrell, when it mattered, produced some absolutely brilliant stuff. He gets the better of Thomas Younghans by 4 legs to 2 to get his campaign up and running.
Welcome back. The action continues here at the MODUS Super Series with the third match of the day and the first outing of the week for Josh Richardson Stealth, who was here in Group C last time he played, had a disappointing campaign, didn't make it through, but his opponent, Adam Atkinson, had a rather forgettable Group A this week, winning just one match. However, he did manage to make finals night in his previous appearance here at the Super Series. Can he turn his week around? Let's find out in the company of Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Murph. Great to see Stealth back. Yes, you can see him, even though he's Stealth. And this is the Poolie, who will be very, very happy that everything has been squared off this morning. So he now has 0 points, just like everybody else. But we have seen the two biggest hitters
it's Josh to throw first.
in Group C
Game on.
get off to the ideal start with their first 2 points in their first match. That's Mitchell and Hurrell. This is Josh Richardson, who was in the England team with those two very recently. There are only 2 spots available over the next 2 afternoons in Group C. So who's going to be eliminated? Because we can't take everyone. Not like MasterChef, where there's 2 spots available. Oh, by the way, we'll take 3.
140.
This is cutthroat stuff. Who's your favourite to go through? And who's going to join them and why, Henry?
So before play got underway today,
100.
I thought Tommy Lishman would make it through. I think I've seen enough evidence over the course of 3 days to suggest that he's got a level that can continue that and be more than competitive in this group. He showed that in the first game, just missed opportunities.
123.
Then for me, the other one is a shootout between Hurrell and Mitchell. And the minute I'm just leaning towards Mitchell, but 100. I could be so proven wrong by James Hurrell.
So by that token, I don't want to have any more connotations with his nickname, but could Josh go under the radar?
Massively. And I think partly because the last time we saw Josh here,
69.
He didn't play to the full potential that we know that he's capable of. He just struggled a little bit at times, but we also know that he can come through Group C campaigns and pick up 20 points. And
41.
So we're hoping to see that from the intervening periods on his last appearance here, when we know he's capable of. We've seen him in that England shirt, as you say, and to do that, you've got to do something good.
It would be quite interesting to see if
95.
tomorrow
Josh 160.
James and Scott all turn up in their England shirt. That would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? I know Aaron Monk has played in his England shirt before.
100. Adam, you require 74.
First blood to Adam, maybe. Not a bad first start. How's his third?
54.
Just misses out.
Joshua requires 60.
They both have the same angle of attack in the board. They may have the same problem with shots like this, where they have to move across the hockey. He moves back to the middle.
Game shot on the first
finds the target for an opening six-visit leg.
Settles into proceedings. Josh Richardson leads
Second
1-0,
leg,
but for Adam Atkinson, it was an okay
on.
leg, but after what happened yesterday, he won 4 legs for the day on Wednesday. Adam Atkinson, he doesn't want that familiar feeling coming back to haunt him here on Thursday.
If you look at his daily averages,
140.
he won't be happy with any day. And I'm not trying to paint a negative picture. I'm just trying to illustrate what's happened over the last 72 hours.
100.
He's actually regressed every day. 78.4, no points on Monday. 76.67 on Tuesday, getting that solitary win for the week.
123.
It went down a bit more yesterday, 74.68. And in fact, his best individual average in a game has been a losing performance as well. That was around the 87 mark. That
40.
was 87.32 in one of his games on Monday. So not a great deal of positivity to cling to. But sometimes getting that clean slate on Thursday can have magical effects.
Well, you look at the likes
43.
of Kieran Tierney, the most potent example of which struggled in Group A, then refreshed on Thursday and Friday, and well, in a week that James Hull was here, the first ever night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, he would then go on and pick up the weekly tie win. In fact, you look at the cast list this week, Paul Hogan's coming in later on tonight. A couple of the players that were in that first ever evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth back in September last year will be in action.
41.
I think this group is going to be very deliberate. We don't have any speedsters. In fact, I think the fastest player is Tommy Lishman.
134. Adam,
But
you
as far as
require
tonight's concerned,
154.
Might be a little bit quicker. Especially when you've got Alexander Merckson there. He doesn't hang around.
Blink and you'll miss it. Blink and you'll miss this. Couldn't find the 154, but he's going to return.
61.
This is where you just want to get into the same range at worst as your opponent. Get to 97.
140.
That's even better.
Adam,
That
you
is
require
way more
93.
Than the number I just quoted. The lesser known 25 route now. Most people are going the other way.
68.
It's an excellent attempt
Josh, you require
from Atkinson.
57.
But you've got to give full credit to Josh for leaving this easier out with that really good 140 in the previous visit.
And so tops for 2-0 and the breaker throw.
Game
Break
shot on the second
accrued
leg.
for Richardson.
Josh Richardson.
He leads 2-0 and Atkinson, who had a couple of opportunities, finds himself 2 down. And he looks in the background, he looks around. He's got to dig in again.
He looks quite edgy. He's fiddling with his watch, his shirt, his darts. In moments like this,
60.
you need things you can depend on. You need a pre-throw routine that you can depend on. And don't forget about the amount of time that you will spend at the edge of the stage thinking. If you can control that into something that is
57.
borderline enjoyable, then you can crack the mental game. It's not an enjoyable experience losing 14 times out of 15.
180.
And he won't like saying that either. But when you're not throwing, you must be in control there as well as when you are throwing from 7'9¼ inches.
Now, Josh Richardson did a bit of a gilding. Now, there is a
60.
bit of a story behind this between him and James and some other players in and around his area. It's a local Super League thing that every single time they hit a
105.
maximum, they do the thumbs up in tribute to Andrew Gilding. There was a group last time James Richardson was here where 3 players just kept giving it the gilding.
$140.
Why are they
Joshua
doing that,
require
then?
156.
Shouldn't they just let Andrew do the thing and they should appreciate it? But is it just a tribute to the man who won the UK Open this year? If it is, fair enough. There are people out there who
100.
have their 180 celebrations. Let's think about the helicopter finger from Brendan Dolan, which lit up the World Cup about 5 years ago between Germany and Northern Ireland. That was a great tussle. But these things have got to be simple, whether it's a thumbs up,
51. Joshua requires
swirling
56.
of the index finger. Double 18 for the tall young man from Rushden.
Game shot on the third leg.
Very efficient.
Josh Richardson.
50 darts for the first 3 legs. Finishing 60%.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
He's doing what we call closing out. He's not giving Adam many shots at a double, if any at all, in legs. This is a really good opening performance from Josh.
Professional job, you could say.
57.
I do wonder about someone like Josh because he's only young. Former world boys champion, of course, at Lakeside.
57.
what are his ambitions? Does he want to be a pro? Does he want to just be a good amateur and work away from throwing darts in places like this? Some people don't want to be full-time professionals.
7.
They want to have the opportunity of having a job, but every now and again, put themselves in the limelight and use their talent. Just look
100.
at Martin Phillips. Never wanted to be a PDC pro. Wanted to be a bin man. Wanted to play a bit of BDO. Ultimately, he has a legendary career behind him. Not everybody wants to follow the same plan. But I just wonder what Josh wants
39.
to do.
There's nothing right or wrong whichever way. Just to give a perspective of another sport I cover in football, there's a lot of really good semi-professional players who could more than play in the likes of English Football League 1 or English
83.
Football League 2, but either have decent jobs, have decent careers, or feel like it's either too much of a gamble or they don't want to explore that professional avenue and they'd rather be a player who plays in the Conference North, Conference South or something like that where they're
80.
enjoying the journey, still enjoying their craft, but don't want to take it to that next level. Not in a way that they don't want to be ambitious, but they're happy with their lot in life. And look, there's nothing wrong with that either way, because you can still have a very good career, still earn very good money
123.
by doing exactly that.
But if he does want to be a pro, this is a really good vehicle to give you the confidence to move forward with that ambition. Josh has played
42. Joshua
Challenge
required
Tour this year.
138.
He's inside the top 70 in the averages. And he might just be on the verge of a very large opening win.
98.
This has been very, very good. It's not going to light up social media, this performance. Or indeed, it might not be a performance that everybody will always remember. But these are the kind of performances that you want to put in
100.
when you're starting a campaign.
Joshua required
Because this
40.
is something you can build on.
Well, it's been a bit like his father's moniker,
Game,
Ruthless,
shots, and the
from
match.
Josh Richardson.
Josh Richardson.
As he beats Adam Atkinson by 4 legs to nil. He gets his campaign up and running with a win. He wins 4-0. That's the end of round 1.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
So a fantastic win for Josh Richardson before that break. 4-0 over Adam Atkinson, struggling this week. Before that, Tommy Lishman lost 4-3 to Scott Mitchell, having led 2-0 in that game. But James Hurrell had a really good performance in his 4-2 win against Thomas Younghans. A couple of maximums in there, an average north of 90. 9 140s in that game as well, a key feature of his game. What say you, Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson?
Thank you very much indeed, Chris.
Game on.
So, seconds out, round 2. Tommy Lishman, James Hurrell going to battle on the board. on paper,
100.
you could say it's a evenly awaited affair. Well, the bookies have Lishman at 11 to 10 as the outsider. Hubble 4 to 6 at the
78.
odds compilers. Just some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that's very accurate, actually. I get the feeling that
41.
those prices have changed a little bit since round 1 because of what's happened with Tommy letting that first game slip against Mitchell. As far as Hurrell's concerned, very much like Josh
85.
Richardson, a very professional display, putting in good numbers, and Josh with some excellent doubling at 4 hits from 6.
40.
You'll want to keep that going, that's for sure. Unfortunately, for Youngans and Atkinson in round 1, it looks like they are continuing what's happened the last couple of days. Lishman has got a rebound.
134.
And fast. He doesn't have any experience of playing a full week here, but my advice to him right now is don't wait.
43.
Well, for all the praise and plaudits that we've given him over the last couple of days, it should also be said that day 1 in Group A was a slow burner for him. Just a couple of points to his name.
140.
Yeah, there's no moving day in Group C. You just take moving day out, you've got day 1 and day 2.
140. James, you require 64.
At this time tomorrow, if Lishman has got 6 points, I think he'll be very pleased.
Game shot on the first
Well,
leg.
Hurrell is playing
James Hurrell.
at a very high level over the last 3 or 4 legs that he's played. This is ominous.
Second leg, it's James to
He
throw
looks
first.
as comfortable
Game
as
on.
I've ever seen him here.
Well, the Hillbilly's looking to give hell upon his opposition, and Tommy Lishman's just staring into the background, almost staring into the abyss.
60.
I've seen stranger things, that's for sure.
Good TV show, that.
98.
I don't think you quite got that joke, Henry, because they actually do in that show stare into a bit of an abyss.
Well, who's going to be running up that hill in this group? I suppose that'd be the question
very
everybody will
good.
be asking.
Six.
I'll tip my hat to you. That was a good one. You're not allowed to wear a hat when you play darts, actually, if you're interested. That's one of the rules from
93.
the Darts Regulation Authority. You're not allowed to have any headwear as a dart player unless it is for religious reasons.
And outside DRA regulated events, any other
140.
ranking event, you're not allowed to wear one. Now, I'm not going to put names in here, but I remember an incident covering a tournament
125.
in the Isle of Man a couple of years ago. It was a doubles tournament which was unranked, and a player turned up and was wearing a baseball cap, and it caused a little bit of a shenanigans. But because it was unranked,
100.
technically there was the ex-player did nothing wrong.
I've only actually seen one player recently have headwear
83.
on. That was
James, you require
fine.
141.
female player from Iran called Mozgan Rahmani. Hurrell is on the hunt again. Doesn't get the big out. And Lishman,
89. Tommy, you require 102.
24 hours ago, he would have gone for the bull for this shot. But he's back in professional mode, going the conventional routes.
94. James, you require 52.
Neither conventions or designs are helping Lishman here because Hurrell is in a hurry. And
Game
it's
shot on the
2-0 in next to
second
no
leg.
time at all.
James
This is a
Hurrell.
real good performance from James Hurrell so far. A 2-0 lead. And it is just
Third leg, it's Tommy
streamlined,
to throw
consistent
first.
from the man from Meriton in Marsh.
I've got a good friend, actually, who lives up in Tyneside called Mark
58.
Stevenson. He's played at the World Championship, actually. Just under 15 years ago. Met Raymond van Barneveld in the first round. And Mark always used to wear a cap playing local league stuff. Never used to play in
100.
a cap at Super League on a Thursday. But the rest of the week, you'd always have a cap on. You could always pick him out in the team lineups because he was always wearing a
28.
hat. But there's a little bit of mindless information for you today. That you're not allowed to wear one when in competition. cast your eye over the rules of darts. Some of the rules in there are quite interesting.
59.
And the man who is the sheriff today, that's Charlie Costafine. Don't mess with Charlie.
100.
He knows that rule book backwards and forwards.
He is our big chief. He is our big stage ref today.
$99.
Well, Lishman on 315 might need the bullseye.
139.
He knows exactly what he's doing. He didn't get it right, but at least he was aware of what he needed to do. Having said that, he did throw that third dart very quickly. Now, was that a prudent play there from Hurrell? Leaving 143 with the single, as opposed to going to the 19s. He gets the single there. He gets an easier finish of 144.
James, you require 143.
Now he needs 3 different parts of the board to get the 3-0 advantage that he wants.
So Lishman should now get his first opportunity at a double in this game. Well, it's been
55. Tommy, you require
a bit of
76.
a barren run for him, really, the last few legs. He's going to get one. And it's going to be at tops.
36.
Does it go? And so Hubble for 3-0. And the double
James, you
break.
require 88.
He's had a lot of darts at double today that have not registered. But when you think about what Hurrell's doing,
James Hurrell.
he's seeing doubles and hitting them. At the start of his campaign,
Fourth leg, it's James to throw
he
first.
missed a few doubles.
Game on.
But in the last few legs, he's been so accurate. In particular, in this 4th match of Group C. 75% so far. And you just get the feeling that if he gets a match dart,
100.
that's it.
And this is something that James has been, well, famed for, is his finishing. The way that he can finish off opponents. You don't win one he has won
180.
recently without that kind of capability. Lishman kicks off his 4th leg with a max. Is there going to be a riposte?
140.
Of sorts.
That dart shirt of
45.
Hillbilly Hurrell really does remind me of something. I just can't put my finger on it right now. It's that combination of that blue and that yellow.
An IKEA mattress.
81.
Not quite. It'll come to me.
42.
The worst thing that could have possibly happened to Tommy Lishman in this game is happening. He lost tight in that first contest to Mitchell.
81.
I just wonder, even if he loses this one by 4 legs to 0, getting these two out the way, the two heavy hitters.
140. James, you require 99.
I wonder if that's a good thing for him. Anyone got a flake? Oh, change of tactic.
67.
I didn't expect
Tommy,
him
you
to do
require
that.
94.
I thought he'd go for tops again.
Well, we thought there could be 99 different ways Hull could take it out, but that wasn't one.
Game shot on the
and Lishman
fourth
gets the
leg.
leg one.
Tommy
On the
Lishman.
tops, it gives a little bit of a stare down, an ironic look. It is in, Tommy. It is 3-1, and you're back
Fifth
in the
leg, it's
game.
Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Obviously doesn't like bagels. Bit late for bagels. It's
84.
after 2 o'clock local time. This is where you've got to get busy in the middle of the afternoon here in Group C. I just wonder where people are going to be sitting this time tomorrow. And we have had some really interesting
100.
tweets from you guys about where you're watching from. My good friend Tim, watching in Melbourne in Australia.
139.
And he's been hanging out with Gigi Mothers over the last few days. There you go. He's got friends in high places. But we've even had a regular viewer tuning in
42.
from Central Africa, haven't we, Henry?
Indeed, we have. One of our regular viewers, Stuart Weeman McAnally, watching from
92.
Congo, was waiting on work to start. I mean, the most interesting one is Matt Langan, who is watching from Florida's Space Coast, looking to...
140.
Well, he's watching the launch of the Falcon 9, the SpaceX expedition, tomorrow morning, and he is watching us here at the MODUS Super Series.
58.
Do tweet us at MSS Darts, where in the world you are tuning in from. We're tuning in from Portsmouth, aren't we?
Yes, we are. From very close quarters to the stage. And we've also got a regular viewer tuning in from Italy,
96.
from Milan as well. So
Tommy
Pasquale
Rakai, 128.
Thank you very much for getting in touch. We appreciate you tuning in to watch our action.
88.
To get the job
James
done,
Rakai,
is it going to be as easy as
123.
1, 2, 3 for James Hurrell for a 4-1 success? So, treble 18 would have harboured himself a dart at the bull. So
57.
Lishman to extend the contest.
Tommy Rakai, 40.
This is starting to take on the complexion of the first game that Tommy played in. But the other way around.
Game
And he
shot on
finds
the
double
fifth
10.
play.
How
Tommy
ironic,
Lishman.
considering how many darts he had at that double in the previous game. First time of asking.
Sixth
He
leg, it's
gets it, and
James
it's
to
now
throw first.
3-2.
Game on.
And suddenly, Hillbilly may be made to sweat for it a little bit. He
100.
looked quite comfortable at 3-0 when he was averaging in and around the 94 region. The average hasn't really regressed too much. It's only gone down to a shade under 92, but Tommy Lishman has
140.
completely elevated his level of performance. Now averaging 90 on the nose, 3-140s to his name, and once again, he's finishing on point, 2 from 4. And that was really the letdown for him in game 1 against Scott Mitchell, 3 from 17 on the
100.
outer ring.
There's nothing wrong with the way he's playing. He's averaging exactly 90 and 50% on the doubles.
43.
But us commentators, we talk about timing a lot. Great players have always got good timing. Hurrell is a great player.
60.
Name me a great player. Oh, sorry, I'll rephrase the question. Name me an England captain that wasn't a great player.
don't even know one.
180.
Although, to be fair, a lot of that bulk is taken up by the reign of a certain Mr. M. Adams.
Now think about the England captains before him.
60. Tommy
They were all
Rakai,
greats.
138.
This one is changing. 99.
Game
Hang
shot
on
the
a minute.
sixth play. Tommy
What's
Lishman.
happening here? It was 3-0. Now it's 3-3. And Lishman's the favourite because he's got the darts.
Seventh and final leg. It's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
He's playing darts like Tyson Fury boxes. He's out for the count. Nope. I'm still here to fight.
Well, it's in
87.
fact a complete and utter role reversal of his opening game when he went in front against Mitchell. Should have been 3-0 up against Scott. He came back to win, and it feels like the roles are reversing in this one. As for the first time today, we see him go for the bullseye
44.
in the opening visit of a leg. That was something we saw a bit from him in Group A.
Yep. He has done that a fair bit this week.
140.
I'm sure he knows exactly why he's doing it. I'm sure he's not following in the footsteps of Mensah Suljovic or Gedwin Price, who tend to do that at points. Wow, is that a good maximum?
180.
Because if he doesn't hit that, he's in trouble.
Good players know when to go for the throat.
82.
Good players know the timing of the big shots. Having a look at the bookmaker's screen, they can't separate the pair now. There's 5 to 6 each of 2. There's nothing to split the two, except for the fact it's advantage Lishman with the darts.
40.
It is advantage Lishman now. He's got 6 on 192.
Move across.
57.
Trebleless means that Hurrell is very much in this leg if he can get a big score. Well, Lishman is first to a finish. And it's a little less than the one he's just hit.
93. Tommy Rakai,
He has got a couple of
135.
really big hits this week. That 138 in the previous leg and a 170 yesterday. Bullseye.
110.
That was so
Change
close.
required 144.
And so Hubble, who raced into a 3-0 lead, needs this 144. The second treble would have left double 12 for the ultimate Hail Mary attempt.
Lishman would have been holding his breath there on dart 2. As soon as he sees that 60 going,
118. Tommy
he
required
thinks,
25.
I might be toast here. But he might be able to finish James off on double 6.
13.
And that one's missed by a country mile.
James required 26.
And Horrell, the man from the country, may be able to finally get over the line.
Probably didn't
James
expect this
shots
opportunity,
and the
but it's an
match, James
opportunity he
Horrell.
takes. And James Hubble makes it 2 from 2. Tommy Lishman has put himself in positions to win both games so far. He has been succumbed on both occasions. It's Lishman 3, Hubble 4.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Adam Atkinson is back in action against Scott Mitchell, who won his first match of the day from 2-0 behind to beat Tommy Lishman 4-3. Atkinson, though struggling, won just 4 of his last 26 legs. And having lost his first 8 matches this week, a defeat here would see him reach that tally of successive defeats for the second time over the last 4 days. I will hand you back to Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. Very
First
kind of you.
leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Straight back into it. Game number 5, which will take us to the 1/3 point of Group C action here on Thursday. Just wonder what kind of resistance Adam Atkinson can give the 2015 Lakeside World Champion.
180.
Okay, that's a pretty decent start.
Well, the early indications are good.
You can look at it one of 2 ways. That's a superb start,
140.
or it's all downhill from here. Depends whether you're a glasses half empty or half full kind of guy. Which one are you, Henry? Glass half full, glass half empty?
I'd like to be half full.
45.
So you're a glasses half empty kind of guy. You've just answered the question. Come on, be more positive. It's a beautiful sunny day in Portsmouth and we're watching world-class darts. There you go.
Unfortunately for you, you've got to be sat next to me.
I haven't complained all week.
60.
Well, not to my face anyway.
Look, if you were a Sunderland fan, we might have a very, very different point of view. But one thing has changed. You might wonder what it is. And it is something to do with Adam Atkinson.
95.
Whether this is conscious or not, he has done something different. From Monday morning, he was throwing left of centre on that hockey. Because he's been hitting a lot of small ones and overall a lot
60.
of one segment shots when going for treble 20s. But he's standing more central now. Look at that. It's almost as if his alignment eye, his right eye, is right of centre now. He was a good 6 inches left of that earlier in the week.
83.
He's making changes. I admire that.
We saw it at times on Tuesday as well, didn't we, where he was doing it during the matches where he's moving across. But he's obviously worked on something, it seems, overnight. And it may be bearing better fruit for him. Even a finish first in his opening leg with the darts.
97. Adam, you require 98.
Still looking for his first double of the day after losing 4-0 to Josh Richardson.
$78.
I don't mind saying that,
Scott,
you
you require 144.
You want to get the double top instead of the 60, that's for sure. Now, can Mitchell do what Hurrell couldn't in the previous game? Same sort of result, really.
And so Atkinson to take the opening leg. To take his first leg of the day.
84.
Take his first
Adam,
leg
you
since
require
that 4-2
20.
defeat to Andy Bolton. In fact, he went 2-0 up in that game and lost 4-2. So actually, this is the 9th leg in which he's looking to finally get over the line.
Game
And that
shot
is
on the
exactly
first
what he
leg.
does. Atkinson
Adam
leads 1-0.
Atkinson.
He's in
Visibly, he's visibly
Second leg, it's
perspiring
Scott
in his
to
second
throw
game of the
first.
day. But you might think that's something to do with pressure. I assure you it's because this time of day, it's the hottest it could possibly be outside.
100.
Temperature is regulated in that room as best as possible. But sometimes that temperature does climb in there.
Not that we know in our nice air-conditioned commentary booth.
I am not complaining. Ted Lasso said it. Air conditioning
60.
is a privilege, not a right. Scott is very proud of where he's from. He's been all over the world playing darts
100.
the last few years. And as you can see, his caricature on the back of his shirt has got a collar with a gold star on it. I think because of this whole thing of world champions having stars on their shirt,
134.
that's probably the best one, isn't it? People just put the stars, like Josh Richardson's got a gold star on his left sleeve. That's to signify his World Boys Championship. But of the people that have won World Championships,
136.
there it is. Twinkle. I think that's the most creative. I like that a lot. It would be even better if he's got the same kind of dog at home with that collar and a star on it. That would be even better.
59.
Well, after a day on the farm, I know when Scott Mitchell, I haven't actually spoken to Scott today, but I know when he's been on commentary duties here at the Super Series, and what a splendid job he does as well, that he actually goes on the farm
95.
during the morning, sorts the farm out in the morning, and then comes to commentary. I don't know if that's been a similar procedure today.
I wouldn't be surprised. He was probably cutting a field yesterday or doing whatever he has to do on the farm, of which there are plenty of duties. It's a family business, of course. But you're right about his commentary skills. He's really good.
140. Scott,
I know you probably think
70.
I'm saying that just because he's here today, but I really do think that Scott's always had a great voice in this sport. He actually covered for me once at the World Championships at Alexandra Palace for the radio because I had COVID. And
Game shot on the second leg.
a pinpoint
Scott
shot gives him
Mitchell.
1-1, but I can assure you, I listened to every word he said. He did such an amazing job.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first.
And
Game
he's a
on.
figure in this sport, not just as a player. He's a great voice. He's really good with people. And he is a senior dart player now as well.
96.
Watch out for him over the next couple of years, because I get the feeling that those senior majors, they might have his name on them. if he doesn't get back to the PDC Tour, that is.
99.
There's so many people when he was included in the World Seniors Championship in February thought that he was going to be the guy to beat. He was going to be the player who took home the jackpot. And then he got drawn out in the second round against Robert Thornton, the perennial king of these sorts of tournaments and events.
36.
And to be honest, the only thing that stopped Scott Mitchell was Robert Thornton in red-hot form.
Absolutely. And in a funny sort of way, Robert said, everybody's fancying Mitchell for this when it's actually the tournament that I am defending. And
100.
in a strange sort of way, I think that motivated Robert even more. Regardless of what happens in Scotty Doug's career from here, he's still got a lot to do. He'd love to have another World Championship, wherever that is.
38.
Someone could, the way this sport is at the minute, the landscape at the minute, you could have someone who is a WDF World Champion, a World Seniors Champion at the same
97.
time. And in the case of someone like Lisa Ashton, you could hold the Ladies World Championship and the Seniors World Championship at the same time, as well as the Women's World Match Play.
Welcome to modern day darts. That wouldn't have happened 25 years ago. Isn't it lovely how we've moved on from that now? You won't have seen, Henry, what it was like back then, but it was visceral. It wasn't nice. Now, Scott
45.
spent most of his career in the BDO up until the very last tournament in 2020. Then he made his way to the PDC. Didn't qualify. I can't believe I'm about to say this. He didn't qualify for one European Tour event in his 2 years with a tour card. And as soon as he loses it, he qualifies for a European Tour event. It's just remarkable.
45. Scott, you require
A lot of it
160.
was, I know he's talking about year one, caveated with the fact that there wasn't so many because of COVID, and one of the qualifiers, he was ill. Well, this would feel like a sickener for Atkinson if this went.
100.
You can measure your patience in a best-of-7 game. You do need some of it. You can have a bad start, losing the first 1 or 2 legs. And if there's one thing that Mitchell has better than most, it's patience. We've joked about the fact that we were at the same level
11.
over
Scott,
20
you
years ago
require
when we were playing
60.
county. We were B players. But we've gone on to do good stuff. He's gone on to have a bigger career than I have. And he's still playing. I'm sitting down.
20.
How did that not nestle in?
You're sitting down, and his dart stood just a little bit too far over the top. He's going to come back for the break and for 2-1.
$55.
I'm not sure how much of a fan of Pato
Scott, you
Banton
require
he is
40.
for the old baby comeback shot.
Game shot on the third
And he doesn't
leg.
need the
Scott
form
Mitchell.
UB40 because he has a very successful farm and he's a successful dart player, so money,
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw
It's
first.
not a problem.
Game on.
but he would like a little bit more by the end of the week. That $5,000 that is at the end of the week 7 rainbow, someone's got to have their name on the check.
44.
Mitchell would like to have his name on the check for the first time. He's not won here in a weekly sense before. And we're actually not that far away from a Champions Week where someone would get 4 times that amount. join that elusive
180.
That exclusive group of Conan Whitehead, Raymond Smith, and Luke Littler.
Well, Adam Atkinson kicks off his second leg of the game with a max.
100.
But it's the in-between scores. If you look at his scoring, even at this early stage, he's got 2 maxes, but he's only got 1 ton and 1 140. So he is finding the kind of maximum count that you would expect to get in a
61.
best-of-7 match. But it's the stuff in between that's lacking.
It's like finding a flash flood in the middle of the Saharan desert.
100.
Don't talk to me about floods this week. My hallway was flooded thanks to that lovely storm earlier in the week. All is well. I have a very good mop. And Mitchell is looking to mop this up, possibly in 6 darts to take a 3-1 lead. When you're on 257 or something like that,
84.
you're thinking 140, 117 as a checkout. Very much gettable. Maybe even a little bit more than 140.
180.
Might even get it in 5.
Well, 77 points away from a 3-1 lead. And this is an improvement of around about 7 points from his opening performance. Scott Mitchell averaged 83.93 against Leishman.
81.
Average now ticking just above
Scott
90.
requires
And this
77.
77 would open up a 3-1 lead and put him within a leg of the match. Beautifully done. And so it's 2 at double 10.
Game shot on the fourth
Was it ever in
leg.
doubt? It
Scott
was never in
Mitchell.
doubt. And Scott Mitchell opens up a 3-1 advantage.
What a superb clearance that is.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
257 in 5 darts. That's elite. If you're practicing on your dartboard, watching this right now, or indeed practicing over the weekend, try and do
45.
257 in 5. You might not do it. That's what these players are capable of. And certain things like that really stay in your mind as well.
60.
I played against Scott Mitchell when we were at home during the pandemic. We had some great battles. But I remember in a game against Scott, I had a 283 in 6. And I'll never forget it.
25.
It was a really hot summer's day. He was on the farm. I was in my house in West Sussex. We were playing from hundreds of miles apart. And I left 283 and I hit 133 on 19s and took out the 150.
180.
That 257 in 5 might just be the key to him unlocking the real Scott Mitchell here this week. Because look what he's doing now. Scoring heavily, his average is climbing. And those 180s from Atkinson might be a moot point.
5 in this game. Well, can Scott Mitchell potentially do the 261 in 5? He could, you know. He could, you know. And Scott Mitchell is making a kick towards the line. The farmer is making hay.
Looks like Adam Atkinson is going to go the same way.
81. Scott, you
As Tommy
require
Leishman losing his
81.
first couple of games. This has been a typical Mitchell spurt. I think treble 10's the play here. Or treble 18. Calculated
41.
risk.
Adam,
Giving
you
him a shot at the
require
170 with a
170.
2-0 lead. Absolutely the right thing to do.
He doesn't think you're going to hit this, Adam.
It's a calculated risk because statistics have told us over the last 2 years that that shot will be hit
134.
2% of the time.
Scott, you require 40.
He left tops. He takes tops. He takes the win.
Double 10. And this time Atkinson on a much more
Game,
makeable finish.
shot,
But
and
it's
the
Scott
match.
Mitchell that
Scott
finishes the
Mitchell.
game off. A 4-1 victory for Scotty Dog against Adam Atkinson. And the players who've come into Group C, well, they're dominating Group C thus far. Mitchell and Hurrell, they're both on 4. Richardson can do the same if he beats Thomas Junghans next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
4-1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly. On board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Hello again, thanks for joining us here at the MODUS Super Series, where we are into Game 6 of this afternoon's 15, and it's a meeting between Thomas Junghans of Switzerland and Josh Richardson, who won his first match of the day 4-0, getting off to the perfect start and looking to double up, just like Scott Mitchell and James Hurrell have just done. Talking you through today's action, it's Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so the final battle of the opening 2 rounds, we should picture the players heading into the group against the players who have joined us from Group A. And at the minute, the players on the A list have been pointless so far.
I quite like the way you said that, actually, because they have been on the A list.
58.
No, they're not on the list. There was a risk of this happening, Henry. I think you and I could both agree on that. Because if you think about 3 players in Richardson, Hurrell
100.
and Mitchell being capped by England recently, you don't get there by playing poorly. You must have some sort of form in the bank in the last few months. Very impressed with Josh in his first game, winning 4-0 against
42.
Adam. Averaged over 91. His doubles were excellent. If he replicates that, he's got a real possibility of being in a strong position come Friday.
55.
Now, we saw on the second visit there from Thomas Junghans him go down to the 19s, maybe a little bit of a change of tack, and hoping that may yield better fortunes for him, maybe.
60.
I talked a bit about Stefan Belmore this week and how he will dearly crave to be part of the new Swiss European Tour event next year. I'm sure Thomas is the same.
90.
But that's for next year. I wonder what Thomas has got planned for the rest of 2023. Plenty of WDF events for him to attend. And in fact, one of our good friends here at the MODUS Super Series has made a trip
100.
to Hungary this weekend to go to a WDF event in Balaton, which is next to a beautiful lake. Did some research on that this morning because I saw a tweet about it and I thought, where's that?
86.
First pictures that came up, a vast amount of water, and I thought, oh, okay.
Looks a bit like your house.
It doesn't. I promise you. Not anymore. Well, good luck to Scott Walters this weekend. I'm sure he'll be watching on when he's not playing darts.
41. Joshua required 170.
So Richardson first to have finished 6 darts on 170 to take the opening leg. Doesn't have to go for it. We're never going to know whether he was going to or not.
134.
If it was James Richardson, he would have gone for it. 99 times out of 100.
$100. Joshua required
In his first
36.
game, he was 4 hits from 6. That's a good miss. Round the houses.
22.
Maybe it wasn't a good miss.
Thomas required 100.
So Junghans, for a holder throw, that'll feel a little bit more reminiscent of a break. Well, he was better off in that scenario having that dart bounce out the board. He was actually better off missing the board altogether than hit the single one.
40. Joshua required 40.
Now, what do you do here? Straight for it. Didn't even deviate that sight. Opens up the angle. I thought that was in for a second.
Game
that
shot
one
on the first leg.
That's a superb
Josh
dart.
Richardson.
Maybe 1/3 of the bed he's got to aim at and he finds the bottom corner. Great shot from Josh. Now, I mentioned in his previous
Second leg,
match
it's
that
Josh to
he's
throw first.
in the Challenge
Game
Tour
on.
rankings for averages. in the top 70. He currently sits at 85.33 at position number 68 after playing 32 games in the secondary tour this season. It's been fairly steady. Top 64s in there a couple of times. Top 32s as well.
60.
Hasn't had that big run yet. Got some decent averages in there and nothing sky high yet. And he has had
100.
very big averages with us before. So we know what his A game can look like. But if you want to compare Josh with Mitchell and Hurrell, who are possibly looking like his biggest challengers in this group. Mitchell and Hurrell in the Challenge Tour rankings in averages are both in the top 3. Does that paint a slightly
78.
clearer picture for you?
Well, these two, when I say Howell and Mitchell, we'll talk more about it when they play. They had a stupendous battle on the Challenge Tour earlier on in 2023.
57.
You'll have to wait a little bit of time for the Mitchell-Hurrell game. That's coming in game 14, so you're going to have to stay with us for the next few hours.
The marathon day at the Super Series, double session.
We're all marathon runners here because it's not our first time. We like a long Thursday and a long Friday. And then it all culminates on Saturday night from 7:30. If you aren't subscribed to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel yet, click that subscribe, click the notification bell as well. And as soon as we are live, your smart device
140.
will tell
Joshua
you.
required 136.
136. Another. Would have left double 8. That was a really good dart. It just deflected off the
100.
first. He set it up nicely. In any case.
I do wonder, when is Josh Richardson going to lose a leg? It seems like he's in command of every leg he's in.
134. Joshua required
only allowed
36.
Adam Atkinson 2 darts at a double in his previous match. So far, Thomas has not had one.
27.
But he's going to get one now.
Thomas required 50.
Tops for Thomas. 10s for Thomas. A miss
30.
for Thomas. And Richardson's back
Joshua
in.
required 9.
He's not being very clinical at all so far in this game, but that's a really nice single.
Game
That's
shot on
better.
the second leg.
It's
Josh
2 from 11,
Richardson.
but most importantly, it's 2-0. Now, I
Third leg,
mentioned
it's
the
Thomas to throw first.
gold star of Scott
Game
Mitchell
on.
in the previous game. Look at the left sleeve of Josh right here as he turns towards us. There it is. Glimmering on his left shoulder is that gold star. And if the other white stars are to be believed, he's a
135.
742-time world champion.
In fairness, I have spoken to players who think they are 742-time world champions in their heads.
You're thinking about Richard North.
60.
We love you, Richard.
How long is it until he has to win a TV major now?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. I don't know. Ask Mark Webster.
40.
Webby's definitely got that screenshot for that. I'll tell you what, Charlie Corsafeed, he may need to get some protective gear because that last dart's deflected out and it's hit Charlie square on the leg. So this is where he needed to get down low in the slips the other day.
57.
Not even showing an ounce of pain. That is how battle-hardened our Charlie is.
Those kind of deflections are rare.
59.
Sure it's not the first time. I saw a bounce out earlier this season from Chris Dobie where the dart actually bounced
100.
next to his foot. It was like a projectile coming out of the board. And it bounced a good 8 feet away from the board.
So perhaps ironic, the man from Newcastle had a supersonic missile thrown at him.
100.
It's high time for hypersonic missiles.
missiles.
There you go.
It's my own favourite singer. Get it wrong.
Josh is a
58.
world
Thomas
junior champion in 2015.
167.
And he's also the world boys champion from 2016. So why hasn't he got 2 stars on his shirt? There you go, Josh. the other star?
127.
Well, Young Hans has left himself tots to give away the first concession of a leg that Josh Richardson would have today. The first one he would have lost.
100. Thomas
6 in a row.
40.
But when it comes to leg 7 of his day, he
Game shot
finally
on the third
concedes.
leg.
Young Hans on
Thomas
the board.
Younghans.
That top's pinned. And pinned right to the very top of the bed. With a plong
Fourth leg, it's Josh to throw
and with
first.
real conviction.
Game on.
You know how young people these days always have funky stuff? They have funky shoes, funky tech, things like that.
81.
Look at the watch of Josh Richardson. It's just got my attention. It looks a bit glittery because it's gold, but it's a very retro design. I'm almost
96.
looking at that thing like I want one. Bravo on the old retro kit there, Josh. But yes, let's talk about his JDC World Championship victory back in 2015 because he beat Daniel Perry in that final 6-2.
23.
So if that is a World Championship in 2015 at junior level, and then he wins the World Boys Championship at Lakeside in 2016, he beat Jordan
100.
Boyce in that final by 3-2. I would classify that as another World Championship. Look at that little beauty there. I like a bit of retro kit.
180.
The stealth gilding. And he's building into this group. But as is Thomas Younghans, who the last couple of legs has kicked on now on 305. Should be looking elsewhere.
138.
I'm reliably informed by Mick Rooksby that the thumb up for a 180 is done in the local league that Josh is in. Because
93.
apparently Mick
Thomas, you require
looks a bit like gilding.
167.
Not going to lie, Mick. Might have been separated at birth. This shot has been
59.
seen a couple of times
Josh
today already,
Require,
and neither time
124.
has it been looked at the bullseye and dart 3. This time it is.
Game
And it's
shot on
found
the
as
fourth
well. What a
leg.
beautiful shot from Josh.
Richardson.
And Richardson
Fifth leg,
moves
it's
clear,
Thomas to throw
moves towards the
first.
finishing line
Game
with a
on.
blockbuster finish. The 1-2-4, which has been threatened, as Paul said, on so many different occasions so far today.
Second time that's happened today. And he's sick of it happening. Especially on Tuesday. I think there must have been about 6 or 7
40.
darts like that on the floor. Or as we say in darts, that's 40 floor.
Well, Thomas Younghans' nickname is the Silent Assassin. Well, he may want to change his nickname to Spaghetti Junction with the amount of collisions he's had with
140.
darts this week.
Josh doesn't look particularly sympathetic to Thomas's plight. Because already he's thinking, if I don't win this game, the likelihood of me coming through this
123.
group is slim at best. Having said that, Group C campaigns have been won after
41.
somewhat poor Thursdays. Our good friend, the left-hander Moreno Blom, went on to claim a top 2 spot after a somewhat mediocre Thursday. So don't count yourself out yet,
98.
even if you lose your first couple of games.
Moreno Blom, who has this tendency of finding the hardest ways possible to qualify for a Saturday night. I know he's watching. Very good afternoon if he is watching, Moreno. Will be a Dutch teammate of his from the Six Nations in action tonight in Alexander Merckx.
I wouldn't be surprised if Moreno's going to that tournament in Balaton this weekend. I'm sure he went to Hungary earlier in the year.
He won the tournament.
There you go. Josh has got
26.
6 starts from 280. We have seen a big 2-visit conversion already from Mitchell today. You can also get this in 5.
140.
Well, he's going to get a go for the match. Averages wise, so there's not much to split them, but that's mainly been because of the missed doubles from Richardson.
100.
Ton there leaves a more favourable finish for Junghans, but considering he's just taken out the 124, don't take the 140 out of the reckoning for Richardson. Well, you can now. Can he just find a way into that treble bed? The first two are set quite nicely for the ton.
60. Thomas
Tried a Dimitri
Rakai,
there,
140.
going from the angle of the barrel to try and sneak it in. It didn't quite work. What does he do now? 57? I think a plan B there
57.
is 45 bull. Because
Joshua
when you cover
Require,
that 57
80.
bed, that shot gets a lot harder.
So for the match, he's going the 16s route here, Josh Richardson, and so...
Why? Why? For the life of me, I have no idea why. There are times to do that, but that's not the time to do it.
44. Thomas Require, 57.
And so Junghans is hand-wrapped an opportunity at tops of 3-2. 10s.
Game shot on the fifth
3-2.
lay. Thomas Junghans.
Richardson has the throw to seal a 4-2 success.
Sixth leg, it's Josh to throw first.
2 words.
Game on.
Board management.
1 word. Why?
100.
Young players don't often make mistakes like that. And there's only one other player that I know of who goes that route no matter what someone is sitting on. That's Mervyn King. He's done it many times where he's hit 16, 14 and bull.
91.
You've got to play the odds. And unfortunately, I think that was an error.
Is he going to come back and pay for it? Or is it just going to be a moment of academia
140.
along his route towards progression?
$60.
And Josh could wrap this up a little bit easier than the position he had in the previous leg.
$72.
Well, this is one of your favourite conversions, isn't it, Paul? The 350 and 6.
Oh, absolutely. Love a 350 and 6. Just like I like albatrosses in golf, or as the Americans call them,
100.
double eagles.
So Richardson on the cusp,
99.
on the verge of victory. 90 left to seal the match and to claim a 4-2 victory here against Thomas Junghans.
140. Joshua required 90.
Welcome to viewers joining us here on Sporty Stuff TV, where you're joining us at the conclusion of the game between Josh Richardson and Thomas Junghans. Richardson wanting 90 for the match. He's looking for another 25 there.
58.
He heads up
Thomas
towards
required
the 16th
110.
to lead 32. Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson in commentary for you for this game between Thomas Junghans and Josh Richardson. Junghans needing this 110 to stay in the match. He is Going to get an opportunity
Gain
at
shot
tops
on
to
the
send us all the way
play.
to
Thomas
the distance and all the way
Younghands.
to 3-3. Paul Nicholson alongside myself in the commentary box. Just to tell you what's happened so far today. Scott
So the
Mitchell
final
kicked
leg,
off the
it's Thomas to
proceedings
throw
against Tommy
first.
Lishman for
Game
4-3
on.
success. Hubble did a 4-2 win against Thomas Younghands. Josh Richardson in his first game got the better of Adam Atkinson 4-0. And in round 2, Hubble defeated Lishman 4-3. And Scott Mitchell beat Adam Atkinson by 4 legs to 1.
100.
And so a last leg decider here between Thomas Younghands and Josh Richardson. And it has to be said, Paul, it was a game that Josh Richardson, for the large part, had the dominance in.
Absolutely. He's had great
100.
positions. He's had a really good match-winning chance in a previous leg where, for me, he made a board management error. If this one gets away from him, you'd have to say that he has to take it on the chin.
100. $23.
Well, this one is getting away from Josh, isn't it? Younghands has got the darts. And what would this do for Thomas's chance of regaining the confidence that he came here with on Monday morning?
85.
What would it do for Josh? He was flawless in his first game, and he was showing signs of that at the start of this match. Now, all we're seeing is frustration.
140.
He's not out of it yet. Just remember, when Tommy Lishman was in huge command at the back end of that game with James Hurrell in game 4, Hurrell found a way.
It's been a day of comebacks so far.
140.
Tommy Lishman succumbed to 2-0 lead to Scott Mitchell in that game. And as Paul mentioned, that game between Lishman and Hubble. Lishman came back. Hubble was in the depths but ran out of 4-3 victor.
Thomas
But Thomas
Younghands
Younghands has got the
76.
first opportunity here on 76 to get the job done and to seal a 4-3 success. He's going to get a dart, or at least should get a dart. It's going to be at tops to seal the win with Richardson back on 138. Tots are Younghands.
36.
And it grazes the wire.
Joshua required
We have seen a 138 today
138.
from Tommy Lishman on double 9. We're not going to see another. Thomas gets a second crack of the whip. To
43.
get his first points in Group C
Thomas should require 40.
in his first couple of matches. Double 10. And
Game,
finds double
shots,
10
and the match.
in the bottom
Thomas
portion where you can
Younghands.
see what Josh thinks of that. He will not be pleased that he's lost that one, so he'll have to respond when he comes back in round 3. That's the end of round 2, and that one ends Thomas Younghands 4, Josh Richardson 3.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series. Viewers on Sporty Stuff TV will have caught the end of that last match there with Thomas Younghands getting the better of Josh Richardson. We'll just take a look at the results that have happened in the last couple of hours. Mitchell and Hurrell both winning both of their games. Richardson winning one and losing one, the same as Younghands, who actually found himself 3-1 behind in that game. So a good turnaround for the Swiss star. Right, we've got 9 more matches to bring you live in this session. So without further ado, I'll say a very good afternoon to our commentary team of Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Well, thank you very much, Chris, and a very good afternoon to everyone joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. We've had an intriguing opening 2 rounds to our day, and up until that final game, it's been a session dominated by the players who've come into the week today.
Yeah, domination from the England internationals, and Josh will be livid that that 6th game has got away from him. But what we have seen from Mitchell and from Hurrell has been quality. So we take a break from the people who have joined us just this morning, and we go back to
First
Lishman.
leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
And we go to Atkinson to see what happens in their 4th meeting of the week.
$41.
Lishman, who yesterday was a real strong showing. If you didn't join us, he had a daily average of 91.21. Really impressive when it came to the doubles, and in both of his opening games afforded himself opportunities. Perhaps will feel as if he should be on 4 points, not 0.
That's a very fair assessment, actually. I think the one thing he will be saying to himself
40.
is that I should have at least 2. Maybe playing Adam at this point is the best thing for Tommy because he's got a flawless record against him this week. He'll want to protect that.
100.
Didn't lose a leg to him on Wednesday. Lost 2 to him on Tuesday, and it was a tight affair on Monday when Lishman won by 4 legs to 3. That was his first victory here this week as well. But he has let opportunities slip so far here today. He must forget about that, move on, and try and catch the likes of Mitchell and Hurrell, who sit 4 points ahead of him now. It will feel very familiar to what happened in Group A.
51.
And maybe the same familiar feeling for Adam Atkinson. It hasn't quite got going for him so far today. I'm going to look at his day so far. 4-0 defeat to start to Josh Richardson, and a 4-1 defeat to Scott Mitchell.
41.
And you can just see on his face that he's trying and he's trying, but sometimes it's almost a case of the harder you try, that the worse it can kind of get.
135.
Isn't that a song from the 80s? The harder I try, the further away it gets. It sounds really familiar.
99.
It won't be familiar to you because it was released before 2000.
58. Adam, you require 108.
Well, this is a better start from Adam, isn't it? Leaving a finish after 15. What he would love to do is have his first Tom Plus finish of the week because he's best. Well, we're going to give him a bit of credit because it's as good as a Tom Plus finish, 99, because it's a 3-dot combo. But in a numerical sense, he still hasn't got anything of 100 or better.
39. Tommy, you require 120.
Ladder time for Lishman. But he's not going to find the top of the ladder.
80.
He's fallen on the second step.
Adam, you require 69.
Now, Adam's left himself on 69. Went down for treble 17 with 86 remaining. And so it's going to have to do the recalibrations here. And it's going to be a dart at tots of the break.
Game
dart
shot
at
on the
tots
first
foul.
leg.
1-0
Adam
Atkinson.
Atkinson.
By the way, that song was called The Harder I Try by Brother Beyond.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first.
So there you go.
On.
It's amazing what goes through the mind of a commentator sometimes when you say something and you realise, isn't that a song? Well, the only person who's
85.
singing right now is Adam because there haven't been many times this week where he's taken the lead in a match in the first leg. He's been staring down the barrel
60.
of defeat most of the week. And that's going to age you. It makes this game borderline unenjoyable. Doesn't like that dart. That is a severe example of what's been going wrong this week.
27.
He's had some darts that really have veered away from that 60 by some margin, sometimes by as much as an inch.
85.
It was a very positive tweet that Adam put out this morning saying that he was happy the Group A was done, that all he wanted to do was start fresh and see what today could bring. Like I've already mentioned to you, Henry, this week, when you don't know why you're doing certain things, that's where you can get lost in this game.
100.
He obviously doesn't know why some of his darts are veering to the right-hand side.
And I don't want to sound patronising when saying this, but we've both commentated on Adam so many times, and we know the quality that he possesses. He's made it to Saturday night finales. He's had an air of dominance around the ADC tour in recent times. We know what exactly what he can do, and we know the CV that he harbours, but it is, well, it's been a week where, wow, nothing's really got going for him.
Absolutely. And we're looking at a player, just to reinforce what you said about his
85
CV, especially here at the Super Series, because he's been with us twice. He's made Saturday night twice. He's trying to protect a 100% qualification record.
You require 160.
If he was to make it through this group, I would happily give him a standing ovation after everything he's been through this week. And there are other players who are harbouring ambitions of Saturday night who have done it every time they've been here too as well. Andy Bolton, who won Group A this week.
Tommy, you require
Sebastian
155.
who will be one of the favourites in Group B a little bit later on tonight.
We have a semi-finalist from the whole of Series 3 in Owen Bates coming up later on this evening. We'll see the master at work. Are we going to see some mastery at work from Atkinson?
I would love to know how many times he's hit that treble one or the single one this week, going for a treble 20. It must be driving him up the wall.
75.
On this occasion, it has cost him
97.
A shot at a double. At that visit anyway, it might just cost him the leg.
Game shot on the second
does.
leg. Tommy Lishman.
Classic Tommy Lishman from this week. His two-dart clicking has been very, very good.
Third leg,
it's Tommy they haven't come out of the traps in this game, but there's still time yet to swell their statistics and find what they need for a first 2 points of the day.
Now, this is the first meeting today between two players that played in Group A up against each other, and both players would have known what's happened this week, and it actually has been quite a close-knit group, that Group A this week, and sometimes in that situation, can you show the opposition a bit too much respect?
140.
There is a danger of that, but I think if you think about the money, you think about what this week could do for your darting career, there's no friends out there. But I will say that you're right, Henry, because the camaraderie and the group that we've had,
140.
It's been really jovial in there. I can't imagine a practice room where there's no joy when Andy Bolton's around. He's just a great guy to hang out with. But he's not here for the next couple of days.
He's off probably topping up that tan somewhere down the seafront.
He was asking me yesterday what to do around here.
137.
Oh, I would have given him all the good places. Plenty to do around this part of the world, including being at the live lounge. We'll give you more information on how you can be here later on. As Atkinson looks for 84. This is for a potential 11. Break a throw and 2-1. This has been a real elevated leg. Double 12 for an 11 for Adam Atkinson. And you know what? The cap is doffed because he has had so many trials and tribulations over the course of the last 4 days, Adam Atkinson. But no matter what is thrown in his direction, haymaker blow after haymaker blow, he'll keep coming out swinging. He'll always have a counter punch. And credit to Adam Atkinson there. Showed some real resilience and fighting spirit there. He leads Lishman 2-1.
But there was a look from Lishman as if to say,
180.
why is everybody doing this against me today? But he's done that to people more than anybody this week. I think there's a genuine possibility
140.
that Tommy could rack up 5180s this week. He's into the low 30s already. I would love him to get another.
177.
And he's left himself on the easier of the two shots that he could have left. So, Tommy Lishman on the cusp of being another red-headed player to hit a 9-darter in Portsmouth.
100. Tommy, you require
Is the flame
144.
about to light up the live lounge? Not this time.
If you're curious and you don't actually know,
32.
we have had a couple, and they've both been hit by red-headed Conor Heenahan. I had a feeling he might hit that, you know, because he's had some big outs today and some big outs this week.
58. Tommy, you require 112.
He hasn't won the leg yet.
$96.
Adam is still
Adam,
searching
you
for
require
that first tum plus finish.
146.
Just imagine if he hits this, the kind of facial expression Tommy would pull then. Another. There's another one of those wides. It must be a timing issue coming out of the hand.
89. Tommy, you require 16.
The 2-2. Two fours.
12.
Missed darts at double today.
Adam, you require
have cost him
57.
an awful lot. And Adam has not missed a double in this game so far.
He should get 2. Will get 2. At tops. Now 10s.
37.
But the opportunity to go 3-1 up
Tommy,
has come and
require
gone. And so
4.
Lishman for the break back to return the game on throw. Wants double 2. He wants Desmond for 2-2.
No score.
Knocked on the wrong door.
Adam, you require 20.
When you're struggling, you've got to remain really stoic and giving yourself chances. But if somebody else is giving you chances as well, you've got to take them.
Game shot on the
Fabulous
fourth
double
leg.
five. Look how central
Adam
that was.
Atkinson.
3-1 to Adam. I didn't see this coming. I really did think that Lishman
Fifth leg, it's
would
Tommy to throw
respond
first.
big
Game on.
style in this third round, but it hasn't happened.
But perhaps just the first look this week of a little bit of dejection on the face of
123.
Tommy Lishman this week. He's been quite a vibrant, energetic character, both on and off the oche this week, but just looks as if he's just in a little bit of a search with himself.
43.
There is a different dynamic in the practice room today. You know that Hurrell and Mitchell will be pretty tight in there.
81.
Maybe Tommy struck up a bit of a bond with Andy Bolton this week. And that the fact that he's not there anymore, it might have had an effect.
It's always nice to have a mate at work, isn't it?
97.
Still searching for one, but
I'm just going to grab the commentary box violin.
77.
One thing's for sure, Atkinson will not know too much about situations like this, where he's in charge.
66.
Just a reminder that Lishman has not lost to Atkinson this week.
100.
He will not want that to start right now, because he would be the first person to lose all 3 games in Group C. And Adam knows a lot about that because he lost his first more than a dozen in Group A.
59.
In fact, correct
Tommy,
me if I'm wrong,
require
Henry, but I think it was game
120.
9 That was his first win of the week.
It's Thomas Younghans on Tuesday.
60.
And if Atkinson can pick up the points, he'll feel as if he's in the week, feel as if he's in the group, feel as if he's within contention. Well, even if this 60 goes, Atkinson's going to have the darts in the next leg to get the job done and to seal those 2 points. And so
123. Tommy
Great
requires
shot.
60.
Ask the question, can you shut me out?
Game shot
Yes,
on the
he can.
fifth leg. Tommy Lishman.
There's a lot of short sleeve head wiping there from Adam Atkinson. He must
Sixth
be
leg. It's Adam
sweating
to
it up
throw
out there.
first. Game on.
And look at his opponent. Not a drip. Oh, it is warm out there.
85.
Think about some of the conditions that other sports people have to play in. I somewhat look back at the Dubai Darts Masters when they used to play on
45.
the international tennis court late at night. Yeah, that was fairly warm. What about the Australian Open tennis, where it's over 40 degrees? It's almost dangerous.
well, the court actually melts. As in, for the actual court structure melts. They can't play on it.
30.
Just the heat and everything there. But the heat is on Tommy Lishman here for sure. The flame is being put in the cauldron here.
60.
He seems fairly subdued here at the start of round 3. What won't be subdued is Hillbilly Hurrell against Stealth Josh Richardson next, and then Mitchell takes on Younghans, and that will bring to a close round 3.
83. $60.
Got to be 19s here for Adam. There's been some great dart players from his neck of the woods over the last few years. He lives just down the road from a lot of good players from Middlesbrough. But thinking about Hartlepool, I was thinking about a player called Paul Jennings. What happened to
99.
Genoa? 2 quarterfinals at Lakeside. Great player.
Why don't we see if he can get in touch with us at MSS Darts? And you can do
100.
exactly the same. We're doing a poll where in the world you're tuning into us from, and we'll dial through some of those as the day goes on. But Atkinson is on the cusp here of a 4-2 success. It would be his first win of the group. It would condemn Tommy Lishman. Well, Lishman would feel like he's been
150.
hitting the dish man.
Wasn't a big fan of me calling him Tommy Big Fishman yesterday. By the way. He did
100.
tweet about it.
Adam, you require 89.
So Atkinson to get over the line. Can AA get himself on the road in this group? Misses the big number, which is interesting when you consider that he looked as if with the first dart he was playing safe. He was playing at home.
22.
And now it's become a little
Tommy,
bit of
you
an
require
embellished mess.
136.
Might go 16s here. Did it earlier in the week. That's the only risk that you
96.
run with that shot if you get the 60-second dart.
Adam, you require
You
67.
then have to use the 20 that's already got an obstacle. Atkinson didn't get anywhere close to that previous attempt for the match. He does miss the single. And Lishman is still cooking with fire.
35.
Not quite cooking
Tommy,
on gas,
require
but
40.
he'll be hoping to turn the temperature up. One more. And
Game
it's
shot on
in.
the sixth
And
leg.
Adam
Tommy
Atkinson, who
Lishman.
couldn't mingle on the singles, has come back to be accosted by that. And Lishman sends
the
us the
final leg. It's
distance.
Tommy to throw
We go all
first.
the way.
Game on.
Once again, it's becoming a little bit of a pattern. It's becoming a little bit of a trend today. In fact, we've played 7 matches, and this
81.
is the 4th of which to have gone all the way to a 7th and deciding leg.
We've had a couple more tweets in the last few minutes. One from Johan in Sweden, saying that he's watching the
45.
MODUS Super Series with an ice cold brewski in hand in sunny Sweden. So have a lovely day, Johan. And also from one of our very good friends, in Jim
89.
McEwen, saying that the atmosphere in the players' room would be a lot better with some of his tunes. If you're not aware, when Jim is here, he likes to listen to certain tunes when he's in the practice room, and they are rather jovial tunes. Hope you're well, Jim. See you soon.
40.
Chucky, who won the Champion of Champions event at the Super Series back in July. It was our last major event in Southampton. Both these players looking to pick up the major prize in Portsmouth, and that is
43.
Champions League. But they've got to qualify through to Saturday night and qualify through that first, and this is a crucial passage of play in deciding what is a crucial round 3 here at the Super Series. Both players pointless following their first couple of games.
60.
Yeah, Jim's one of those players who's won both in Southampton and here. That is a list that's not going to grow because we don't play there anymore.
94.
But someone and their bank account are going to grow early next week. Lishman has been hanging on.
44.
Atkinson has made errors towards the end of this match. Is he going to pay for them? You sense that he might.
44.
It hasn't been a great game. In fact, it looks like it's Tommy Lishman's worst of the week, but he might still win it. He's played vastly better than this at times today, but he's been punished by some top quality people on the dartboard. Is Atkinson struggling in the heat with his grip?
58.
Well, even look at the last start
Tommy
there on the
required
treble 19.
150.
The release didn't look clean, and the way it entered the board didn't look clean. Because the average has regressed from a very good base in the middle
44.
portion of this match. Lishman 106 for the match, and he's going to get time.
And look at the grip of the Lishman darts. Very aggressive, top to bottom grip. You're going to get a lot of purchase on those darts, whereas with these ones, there's enough grip on there, but it's not as aggressive.
28.
If you
Tommy
start losing your
required
grip on the dart,
106.
you're toast. Double 13.
93.
Even Tommy's darts, when they hit the board, are starting to wobble a little bit.
A little bit of perspiration. Can someone find a little bit of inspiration?
This has been a long game as well. They've been out there for over 22 minutes.
56.
That's a long game in this format.
Tommy required 13.
But there might only be 2 or 3 darts left in it. Double 6. To put the end on an attritional contest.
Game, shots,
And he walks away
and
with the
match.
points. He's
Tommy
not played his best
Lishman.
there, but he has kept his 100% record against Adam intact. It's 4-0 for the week, and it was 4-3 in that very attritional game. Let's move on to the next one, which is Hurrell and Richardson.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside and an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, brought to you from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we are in the middle of the first day of Group C. Seen some decent performances so far. James Hurrell and Scott Mitchell have both won both of their opening matches and look to be set for a race for the top of the table come the end of the day. They actually play each other in their final fixture of today, so that is one to watch. We've just seen Tommy Lishman get the better of a struggling Adam Atkinson, who seemed to be having a bit of a problem with the grip in his darts, but trying to get a grip on this group, it is James Hurrell. He takes on Josh Richardson, and talking you through it, it's Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
We're still here, Murph, and we are really keen to see what happens with these two right now. And, of course, Scott Mitchell and Thomas Younghans next. Younghans, he got 2 points against Josh Richardson in Game 6.
To throw first. Game on.
But we do have 2 undefeated players to see in the next 2 games when it comes to Group C. So Hillbilly Hurrell, 2 wins from 2, has looked fairly good, I'd say. At times, he's looked better than that.
97.
Henry, I've got to ask you this question. When it comes to match 14, which is Mitchell against Hurrell, will Mitchell and Hurrell still be undefeated when they go into that game?
I think Josh Richardson might have a lot to answer for in that particular department. I know he lost to Thomas Younghans last time out, but for the first kind of game and a half,
100.
he's looked as good as anyone. As Josh shows some real good stuff in there, but you get the sense that Mitchell and Hurrell are becoming the two men now, that the 2 players
94.
that are providing something just a little bit above the rest.
I've heard from James Richardson in the last 20 minutes, and he informs me that Josh has another nickname apart from Stealth.
94.
I don't know why. He hasn't replied to my message. Apparently, his other nickname is 24/7. Any insight, Henry?
The only assumption you can make is he must be
100.
someone that's just on it all the time.
Maybe he doesn't sleep. I like Stealth. I like nicknames that don't have a the beginning. I know that's somewhat...
Coming from the asset.
Exactly, yeah. There's too many the's. And here you got 2 nicknames that don't have a the. Just Hillbilly. It's not the Hillbilly. It's just Hillbilly.
57.
And just Stealth.
James, you require 87.
So 87 for the opening leg for Hurrell. So it's going to be up for 20 and bull. Oh, that's a bonus. Double 5.
77. Josh, you require 154.
A lot to ask for here. I would stay there if I were you, Josh. Oh, that did not need much more of a collision to find its way to the 60.
130.
That's terrific.
James, you require
darts.
10.
Almost showboating, hitting bullseye to leave double 12.
5. Josh, you
And it
require
might
24.
aid his chance of winning leg 1 against his England teammate.
Game shot on the first
So
leg.
well pitched.
Josh Richardson.
If you've got 74 left with 1 dart, going for bullseye to leave double 12 is not a bad idea.
Second leg, it's Josh to throw first.
Think about it this way.
Game on.
Hit the bullseye, you leave double 12. Hit the 25, you leave 49, which gives you options. If you hit a 14, going for 74, then you're almost backed into a
85.
corner of getting 20 and double top. So I can see the reasoning behind it. He might have made an error earlier, in my opinion, when it came to the 80 checkout for the match
59.
against Thomas Younghans, going 16s. But going for the bull on that 74 with 1 dart left, yeah, I can agree with it.
180.
Excellent from Richardson. He's taken his average to just below the ton mark.
100.
These guys will be very well versed in this format, not just because they've played with us before, but a lot of their local stuff will be best of 7. Their county stuff will be best of 7.
100.
If you want to play for your country like these two do, you got to play a county darts. James is from Gloucestershire, one of the most beautiful parts of the southwest of England.
180.
Josh is from Northants.
Joshua require
An old
136.
stomping ground of mine. I lived in Corby for a few years. Home of the trouser press. Home of 136, potentially.
120.
Well, he's got 2 visits to press on the advantage with Hubble back on 162. With 2-0 lead in next to no time at all.
59.
13
Joshua
darts
requires
potentially
60.
coming as well. His average is 102.
In what other sport
Game shot on the second leg.
do you sometimes
Josh
have to beat your
Richardson.
captain? Doesn't happen in team sports. You don't see...
Third leg,
I'm
it's
gonna give
James to throw
a nice
first.
example here. You
Game
don't
on.
see Joe Linton of Brazil trying to beat Kieran Trippier in a singles game of football. But this is Josh's England captain.
140.
This is his teammate. But in a different arena, he's got to beat him. That's probably a decent example, actually, football. Because you could have a teammate at club level.
134.
Then at international level, you want to beat their brains out on the pitch.
Wayne Rooney, Cristiano Ronaldo, anyone?
Yeah, I think the less said about that, the better.
40.
Well, let's talk less about it. Let's talk about James Hubble's darting CV, because it was something we spoke about a little bit earlier on today, and we haven't actually referenced that
42.
WDF Europe Cup success in Spain last year. Winner of the men's team, winner of the men's overall titles out in Spain in that particular competition.
140.
To skipper your side to European Cup glory is a huge achievement.
Yes, it is. And everything to do
60.
with Europe Cup darts needs a bit of a hat tip. Beat the Netherlands in the final. Semi-finalists were Czech Republic and Wales. Might want to watch out for the Czech Republic over the next
140.
few years because they're really starting to get some traction. Josh was in that team as well with James.
58.
So we can count him
James
as part of
require
that.
41.
Other 2 members of that team, Luke Littler, the Super Series 3 champion, and Scott Williams.
Game shot on the third leg.
That is a 14
James
darter from
Hurrell.
James. Halves the deficit. The members of the Dutch team that they beat in the
Fourth
final
leg,
by
it's Josh to
9
throw
legs
first.
to 8.
Game on.
Jelle Klaassen, Danny van Tripe, Wesley Plazier, and Denny Olderkalter. Strong Dutch team, that.
42. $64.
Do you think James Hurrell gets the credit he deserves for what he's done in his career so far? Because I don't.
I say the same thing with James Hurrell, that I'll probably attest to the likes of Neil Duff
41.
and possibly even Wayne Warren in the fact that their big successes have come in a time where the sport is in a transitional phase.
97.
The amateur side of the sport is changing, it's evolving. Different people, different entities are becoming major players. It's not the type of traditions that we've seen
100.
before, where the big event was the Lakeside Championship and then the World Masters. There's different players in the game. There's different tournaments that have been set up. And I suppose for players to get that true success, it still needs to take that time, that establishment to see
100.
what is the premier tournaments, which gives you that barometer towards greatness. And I think because of that, the likes of Duff, the likes of Hubble, and you could even say the likes of other players that won other big events in the amateur game, the amateur circuit. You could even attest Raymond Smith, Luke Little, and Conan Whitehead to that mix.
64.
Sometimes it can get a little bit lost because we haven't got that old system which judges and grades. The seas are changing, the sands of times are changing, and maybe that is why.
Let me give you 2 examples.
60.
Hurrell has won BDO/WDF ranked events 8 times in singles.
180.
Just think of that number for a second. 8 times he's won a title. How many ranking titles did Les Wallace win? When you think about Les Wallace, you think world champion, great player. He won 2.
32.
That was a long time ago. That was in the late 90s.
Joshua
You might think
requires
that's irrelevant.
74.
Let's come back to that at the start of the next leg. Because James might be 3-1 down.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
is.
4th leg. Josh
Clean
Richardson.
kill from Josh. And he's trying to engage him with his eyes, his hillbilly hurl. And Josh was
5th
having
leg,
none
it's
of it.
James to
That
throw
was very
first.
smart from
Game
both
on.
players. Trying to play the player, and Josh didn't go for it. But back to that point. Yes, 2 ranking titles for Les Wallace. He won the World Masters and the World Championship. That's why it's slightly skewed with him.
85.
Let's go more current. Let's say something like 10 years ago, which is very fair. Because if you look at James, he had his
60.
first sort of ranking title in 2013 when he won the British Pentathlon. Actually, not a ranking title of sorts. Anyway, Christian Kist.
22.
Who's the better player between those two, you think? Well, that's Christian Kist, isn't it? Because he's a world champion in 2012. He's only won 1 ranking title. And it was a world championship.
66.
James has won closer to 10. Make of that what you will. And he's done it at team level as well. Being part of 3 international squads.
98.
Make no mistake as well. There's something else to add to that. He's won the team event at the Europe Cup. Twice. Obviously a good teammate. You probably have to go and ask
39.
Josh or Scott as to how good a teammate he is. I've never actually been in an arena at the internationals to see what it's like. But I think it'd be fascinating to ask these guys what it is like.
91.
And there's one thing as well about Josh. It's all well and good being selected for your country to play in a 12-man team. But if you're selected for what used to
90.
be known as, colloquially, as the 4-man team, then you are a really good player.
Howell is on the prowl. Excellent setup
165.
to leave himself on tops, to bring it back to 3-2. Richardson against the darts hasn't really got going in this leg. And so tops for the hillbilly to
56.
pull
James
one back.
required
Maybe we're going all the
40.
way again.
Surely this time. Missed the marker.
30.
And also missed double 10.
He has, though, the luxury when it comes to time with Richardson all the way back on 190. But he's not going to be for much longer.
81.
I don't know about that. I think
James
the switch
required
was the
10.
play. Call me crazy, which I'm sure a lot of you are. But I think trimming the 9 off the end of that shot was the right
Game
thing to
shot on
do.
the 5th leg. James
It doesn't make
Hurrell.
any difference because now Josh has got his best opportunity of finishing this one off.
6th leg. It's Josh
He
to
was very
throw
precise
first.
with that towel,
Game
wasn't he?
on.
If he's anything like his dad, he's probably got some chalk on that towel. Have you ever heard James Richardson's chalk story? He took a big lump of chalk on stage at a European tour
57.
event once, and we all thought, what do you need that much chalk for? And apparently he found it on holiday, and he liked the feel of it for when he was playing darts, so he just took it everywhere. I think he found it in... It might have been
60.
Cyprus or Malta or something like that. This big lump of chalk. You want to get yourself to West Sussex, James. There's a lot of chalk there in the hills.
58.
Charlie Corsafine is the man chalking up the scenes today, vocally at least anyway.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are very glad that we don't use chalk anymore like the old days.
40.
Looking very smart as Charlie today, as always. Doing a fabulous job. Your referee later on will be our good friend Owen Binks.
140.
Yeah, things will get a bit grimy later.
Still can't put my
44.
finger on that shirt of Hillbilly Hurl, what it reminds me of. It might be an old Coventry strip or something like that. But then again, they are wearing the same blue today. And I do remember seeing, it must have been a few months ago now, that when Josh was wearing this shirt, that caricature,
56.
which is supposed to be him on the front, looks a bit like Ryland Clark.
Right, swiftly moving on.
It really does. Once I say that, you can't unhear it.
100.
Well, he's hoping to get his teeth stuck into this leg, which would then win him the match.
The last thing he wants to do is lose from a winning position
40.
again. That's exactly what happened against Thomas Younghans.
And this is the thing. Josh Richardson kicked off that 4-0 win against Adam Atkinson, then raced in front against Thomas Younghans, and we thought maybe he's going to be the player that's going to cause the disruption. Well, if he can
100. Joshua
win here, he will
150.
temporarily go top of the league standings on 4 points because of the... Well, if he gets it done here on legs difference, and if not because of legs one, because obviously Scott Mitchell has played less games than Josh. So he's going to tee things
96.
up and hope that Hubble
James required
doesn't take out the
157.
157.
That's not going to happen. And Josh does get his chance this time. No chance of a somewhat controversial way of going for this. When he was in a match-winning
41.
position against Younghans, he had 80
Joshua
and went
required
16s.
54.
I disagreed with that. I don't disagree with this.
Game,
And neither does
shots,
he.
And the match.
Because he does
Josh
get across the line, and
Richardson.
he inflicts the first defeat on Hillbilly Hurl today and swells his points total to the same as Hillbilly Hurl. But the person at the top may not be for long, because here comes Scotty Dog Mitchell against Younghans to end round 3.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. 8 games down, 7 left to play here on Thursday afternoon. And as you can see, Josh Richardson just ending James Hurrell's unbeaten start. He won his first 2. That means Scott Mitchell, who's in the next match, is the only player yet to lose a game. He takes on Thomas Younghans, who got his first win in the group against Richardson not long ago. Commentary team for this one and all the games today, Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks again, Murph. And now it's the England international by the name of Scott Mitchell who takes to the stage in game number 9 of 15
First
today.
leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
We've talked about the CV of the likes of Richardson and of England captain James Hurrell already. So let's dig a little deeper into the career of a certain Scott Mitchell.
60.
We had a little conversation in the previous game, Henry, about what it's like to be James Hurrell and having multiple ranking titles under your belt and how you are regarded. How is Scott Mitchell regarded?
85.
Because he's not only got that World Championship, like Les Wallace and Christian Kiss, the two examples that I gave, but he's got quite a lot else as well.
And you know, we mentioned in that last game about the amateur game being a changing landscape, and so things are in this transitional phase. Well, Scott won it just towards the end of the, I'd call it the peak BDO days before everything that happened towards the end of things.
99.
So, you know, that was back when it was on a big terrestrial television network, and there was millions of people watching. So those achievements are harboured across the land, and because of the network it was on, if people name you a darts player, they could probably name you James
100.
Mitchell, Scott Mitchell, much quicker than maybe other players who've had established careers in the PDC system per se.
Yeah, let's crank it up a notch then. I count 25 ranked titles for Scott Mitchell outside the
58.
PDC in places like Czechia, France, Germany, Romania, Sweden, Switzerland, Wales. He's won everywhere.
83.
Can you imagine the amount of trophies and the amount of real estate in your house you'd need for all of those trophies? And adding to that, he's also won the Challenge Tour in 2020, the second event of that year. And that really did set him up well
95.
for a season where he was playing
118.
a lot of Pro Tour darts without a tour card. But on top of that also, he's won the BDO Gold Cup in 2018. That was one of the trophies that went under the hammer recently.
Thomas required
I
164.
don't know where it ended up. But Scott's got his name on it from 5 years ago.
Young Hans is not going to get his name on this opening leg. So Mitchell is back for 60 for the opener.
100. Scott, you require 60.
And it has been... Okay, so when he's had opportunities, he has taken them. He had to in his first game against Leishman. A little bit more serene against Adam Atkinson,
20.
but the opportunity
requires 64.
passes himself by in the opening leg against Atkinson. Against Young Hans, my apologies. So 64, double 8 for an opening leg break.
Game shot
1-0 to Young Hans. Break of throw in the opener.
You do wonder if things are starting to change for Thomas. He's
Second
beaten
leg, it's
one
Thomas to
England
throw
international in
first.
Josh
Game
Richardson.
on.
He's lost to the other one in James Hurrell. So he's been given a very familiar task here in round 3. And he will end his campaign
140.
against the two players that he's got plenty of experience against this week. He will feel so much better if he walks away with 4 or 6 points today. And he will be in with a shout of getting through the group if that's the
95.
case.
$62.
As far as Mitchell's concerned this year, I've been looking at his win percentage for the season outside of the MODUS Super Series. I think sometimes that is
60.
a telling statistic. He's played 77 games on all the different tours that he's played on. He's won 53 of them. I think that's a really good ratio. But let's look at the percentage and try and correlate it with what we've got here for the next couple of days.
59.
69% of games he has won. If we put that into practice for this week, he's going to get somewhere between 12 and 14 points. In most cases, that's enough for Saturday night.
140.
He's been in 2 finals this year in Challenge Tour events, and he's lost to Barry Van Peer and Christian Kist. 2 very successful MODUS Super Series players in the last few weeks. And who did he beat in one of those semi-finals to make that final?
140.
James Hurrell. We'll get into that a little bit later.
Yes, because that semi-final with James Hubble may have featured a 9-darter.
100. Thomas, you require
This
100.
is a chance for 2-0 for the Swiss player, though. Something has changed. Somebody's starting to switch his confidence back on.
80.
If Mitchell doesn't
Scott, you
take this
require
106,
106.
and Thomas goes 2-0 up, this table is going to resemble carnage. Double 18.
70.
Pushes the wire ever so slightly.
Thomas, you require 20.
Young'uns for the halfway point in this 9th game of the day.
This hasn't been nice for Thomas so far this week. That's why. He has to adjust. He has to move across.
No score.
Not again.
Scott, you require 36.
Mitchell has been given a present. It's not even his birthday. But he's got to find the right shot.
Game
And
shot on
that's
the
it.
second low. Scott Mitchell.
Unwraps the gift. That might be the key to his success. Not only him hitting targets, but his opponent missing
Third
them.
leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Now, let's just embellish on what I said. Because if Youngheads does win this game, we would have 4 players on 4 points, 1 player on 2, and Atkinson on 0. And in a strange twist of fate,
60.
if Youngheads wins this game, Atkinson's not out of this.
It'd all be in play. This is the thing with Group C. You want it to be as tight as possible.
140.
You either want it to be as tight as possible or one player to completely run away with it, because even then the second spot's going to be tight. If you have 2 players or even 3 players that run away and stretch clear at the top of the table, well, after day 1, you can pretty much accumulate your chances as
100.
much as toast.
You may even have a situation where all 6 players are separated by 2 points. That's still a possibility.
Tonight, we could have the possibility every player's on the same number of
85.
points.
Oh, don't get me started on Group B yet. That's going to be extraordinary. I'm really looking forward to watching Owen Bates up close for the first time. Seen a lot of highlights of him in the last 12 months.
100.
It'll be great to welcome back Alex Mertz. I really like him. I think he's got something, and he's going to be full of confidence after what he's been through in the Six Nations recently with his Dutch team. And Białecki. We'll talk about him a little bit later because he was extraordinary yesterday.
180.
180, number 1 of the game right there.
And Younghands is finding something here. He's missed a few darts of double, but the scoring phase has been really good. 3 140s, max in the match.
60. Thomas,
And
you require
96 here after
96.
9 for the break of throwing a 2-1 lead. He's got 6 on here.
It's starting to feel like Monday again because this is how Thomas was playing then. He's been a shadow of himself ever since Tuesday morning. When he lost his
56.
first game on Tuesday, something happened. That loss of 4 legs to 3 against Sebastian Białecki. After that, he lost 22
90.
consecutive
Thomas,
legs.
you require
That game must have
40.
done something to him. And maybe it was 13 missed darts at double.
Whatever's happened, he's managed to find a way to flick the
Game
switch
shot on the
back
third
again
lay.
and to
Thomas
break Scott
Younghands.
Mitchell and to lead 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned that Scott Mitchell has won in Switzerland, the home nation of Thomas Younghans. In fact, he's won there twice. Back in 2009, he beat Paul Carter in the final.
180.
Now, if my memory serves me really right, isn't Paul Carter from the same county as Mitchell? He married to Caroline Carter. She's also a fine Dorset player.
41.
Oh, I got that right. Anyway, back in 2010, he defended the title at the Swiss Open. And he beat Fabian Rosenbrand in the final. Very good Dutch player. 3-1 in that final.
140.
One of 5 ranking titles that he's got more than once. The England Masters, the England National Singles, the Jersey Open, which he defended in 2015.
99.
And the Sun Parks Masters as well. As the Swiss, they are the 5 titles that he's won twice in the WDF system.
Well, talking about the Swiss on the stage is on a bit of a roll here, Thomas Younghans.
I'm not really sure what they like on their rolls in Switzerland, apart from a bit of Swiss cheese.
100.
81 after 9, leaving finishes after 9 in a few legs now. 14 in the last. He could back it up with a potential 11 or 12 here. And he's got the luxury of time. Scott Mitchell is scoring nowhere near
43.
to the capabilities that we know
81.
he can muster.
This is almost as good as anything he's done all week. 4-4.
77.
He'll return for 2-2 because he's a small matter of 314 points ahead.
And he's going to get another 6 no matter what.
But here's the thing about what I was telling you about Tuesday morning.
Thomas should require 4.
He doesn't want to keep missing doubles because it will trigger bad memories. He's only got one avenue left.
2.
Finds himself in the madhouse, and he is 2-1 up. But he's missed 11 darts at double already. Don't think that Mitchell's out with this leg yet. Clicking that madhouse double is not easy.
140.
Scotty Dog
Thomas
is now
required
snapping
2.
at his heels. Younghans double 1.
Game
Fines
shot on the
double
4th
1.
leg.
It's 3-1.
Thomas Younghans.
And things could have got a little bit interesting. It has been a little bit of an attritional battle. We're into
5th leg,
the
it's Scott to
13th
throw
minute
first.
after 4
Game on.
legs. But Younghans is a leg away.
If you take away Roger Federer, who's been the biggest Swiss sports star over the last 10 years?
100.
Stan Wawrinka? He was a pretty good tennis player. He won 3 of the slams, didn't he? Zerdan Shaqiri? Granit Xhaka? Jan Sommer?
Thomas
Younghans?
80.
I don't think Thomas would realistically put himself in the international football bracket, but tell you what, when he's averaging 94, considering what he's been through this week, this will feel like 104. And look at the maximums as well. There's a lot to admire about this display, and he's getting better.
Just to answer your question, Jan Sommer
100.
was actually, when I used to play FIFA as a kid, used to be my goalkeeper on the fantasy team.
When you were a kid?
Lost Lille in year 8 is all I'm going to say.
140.
He's a world-class keeper. Plays for Bayern Munich at the minute, doesn't he? I wonder which football team Younghans supports. I know that Mitchell is a fan of
100.
Bournemouth.
Scott, you require
So the question remains, can he
121.
cherry pick the 1-2-1?
He hasn't got any cherries on his farm, though, has he, Mitchell?
Will this be the pick of the bunch?
Or has he got any cherries on the farm?
96.
This is for the match now for Thomas Younghans. And once again, he leaves a finish after 9. This has been his best performance of the week. This would be his most impressive win of the week. It's not going to go, and so Mitchell's still in the race. 25 for 3-2.
53. Scott, you require 25.
Double 8.
Doesn't shuffle.
9.
Maybe he needed to see that a little bit more. He
Thomas
actually looked at that
requires
double 8 as if it was
68.
in. Match winning chance. Double top.
48.
Chance slips by.
Scott, you require 16.
So Scott Mitchell back for double 8. Pause.
Game
He
shot
does
on the
find the
fifth
fours.
lay. Scott Mitchell.
That halts the progress of Young Hands for now.
Sixth
Never
leg.
in
It's
doubt,
Thomas
was
to
it?
throw first. Game on.
I'm not sure Scott would say that. Especially when you hit it on dart 3. Sometimes there is a little bit of hope that it goes in instead of knowing that it goes in. But look at this from Young Hands.
140.
He's got a bit of steel about him. You're going to learn an awful lot about yourself. Isn't it Bradley Roos who earlier in this series said that when he left here, he learned more about himself in a week than at any point in his
100.
career?
I remember speaking to Jack Main about that as well, and he said for all the years he spent on tour, and it's been a very quick road for someone like him, this was the biggest learning curve of his particular career.
23.
Well, the door is just ajar here for Mitchell following that turn from Young Hands, and maybe this game could be swinging its way on a pinhead just a touch.
100.
The treble and 2 treble visits in this game for Mitchell. 7 in the ton department, 6 in the 140 department.
I've just been sent the most adorable picture on Twitter from Sharon Mitchell showing the
41.
last trophy that Scott won. It's absolutely wonderful. And it is a family snap where they won first prize in Best Managed Farm under 400 acres in the South Avon and Stour Agricultural Society
60.
competition. It's absolutely brilliant. I remember seeing that picture actually at the end of last year, but that must be a wonderful family memory for the kids and for Scott and his family. Thanks for sending that on, Sharon. That's terrific. And for everything in the future,
97.
we wish you all the best.
Yeah, we both know Scott quite well from sitting in these chairs, and we both know the pride that he had on his farming efforts. Very much a family thing.
100.
Young Hands might get 6 from here. Ideally, he wants to get into 2-dart range. 60 is what he's searching for. Maybe even 20.
140.
60 he will take.
Scott, you require 141.
And so it is Hail Mary time for Mitchell. 141 to stay in it. It's not going to happen. And so Thomas Young Hands is back for 60 to get the job done.
It is fair to say that Mitchell has been the second best
91.
player on the stage in this game.
Thomas
Young Hands
requires
has had
60.
control most of the time. He's got the higher average. He's had more darts at double. But does he have the win in 6 legs?
10s. For Thomas.
Game, shot,
for the
and
points.
the match. Thomas
And it makes
Young
things very
Hands.
interesting because 4 players now find their way on 4 points following 3 rounds of matches. Young Hands gets the better of Mitchell by 4 legs to 2. An embrace from the pair in the end. It is the Swiss who's on a roll. He wins 4-2.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
So everybody has now been beaten in this group, and that makes it a really congested top of the table. In fact, the top of the table goes more than halfway down it with 4 players on 4 points. Defeat for everybody, but still 1 player without a win so far. That's Adam Atkinson, and he is in action next, trying to end the losing streak. He takes on James Hurrell, and guiding you through it, it's back to Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Murph. Yes, we are looking at a very interesting table, aren't we? Because we have 4 players on 4, 1 on 2, and Adam is on 0. But like I said at the end of that game with Mitchell and
First
Youngans,
leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
he's not out of it. Imagine losing your first 3 games and still being part of this group. If he gets a win against Hurrell here in game 10, he's very much part of this group. Results have gone his way for the first time this week. He must take advantage of that.
60.
But it has to be said, if he does lose for a 4th consecutive time here on Thursday, he will be somewhat cut adrift, as Hurrell would go to 6 points and 3 wins ahead.
54.
It's a little bit like in a Formula One race, you know, when you're a bit far behind, and then the safety car comes out. And then everything bunches up together as a consequence of it. Once the safety car goes in, you give yourself a good chance. But if you
84.
can't take advantage of that, then you find yourself stranded back to as you were again.
I'm not really sure who would be categorised as a safety car of darts.
100.
Definitely not Owen Binks.
Well, if we are classifying that in this group, then maybe Thomas Younghands would be the safety car of
85.
darts, because he seems to have halted the progress of Mitchell and given everybody else the chance of being in the top half by the end of the day. Don't think it's going to catch on as a
96.
nickname. But I tell you what, Thomas will be feeling very proud of himself today. With a couple of games to spare, he's got more points than he got yesterday and the day before collectively.
59.
As for Hurrell, though, 3 games played, 2 wins. That's acceptable. But now he needs to kick on. Lost to Richardson
93.
in game 8. Just seemed to stutter a little bit there, averaging 82. That's a little bit under what we saw from him in games 1 and 2, where he was hovering around that 90 mark for the average for the day. So just needs to get back on that horse.
41. James, you require 158.
Well, there was the possibility of Atkinson going for the bullseye there with his last dart in hand. James Hurrell 158 for the breaker throw to win the opener. Not going to happen this time, but he's got the luxury of time. And he's set it up
134.
superbly to leave double 12.
Just how much can Adam take? At the end of his previous loss in 7 legs to Tommy Lishman, he was visibly struggling
82. James, you require
with
24.
perspiration and with his grip on the dart.
Game
And he's
shot
got a
on the
more
first
seasoned
leg.
opponent
James Hurrell.
right here in game 10, because that looked simple for Hurrell. A simple 16 dart
Second leg,
breaker
it's
throw,
James to throw first.
and
Game
Hillbilly
on.
is looking good.
A happy hillbilly on the stage.
You'll never have seen a program called the Beverly Hillbillies.
41.
Just about know what Beverly Hills is.
No, the Beverly Hillbillies was a show where a bunch of countrified folk struck oil and they got a lot of money. And I do believe they moved
46.
to Los Angeles and used that money to have a more lavish lifestyle. It was a bit of a sitcom. Going way back.
Hopefully it was funnier than Friends.
60.
What are you saying, Owen? Henry?
Excuse me? Excuse me?
I tell you what.
I've never been so offended in my life.
140.
That's offensive towards his opponent, Hillbilly Hurrell. But that's what he needs to do. He needs to get on the offense.
83.
Far too much this week, Adam has been defensive.
Put it this way, Owen Binks wouldn't mind my good looks, but anyway. Let's move on from that.
Yeah, I was thrown by your friend's comment that it's not funny.
180.
Well, that's not funny for Hurrell. That look from Atkinson is one of, I'm getting 180s today, but I'm still not winning.
But that is mainly because of the troubles.
Adam, you require 135.
On the well, he's not even had troubles on the doubles. He's not even had goes. It's been 180s, feast or famine. He should get a go now. Treble 17. This has come from absolutely nowhere.
123.
There's a danger of me saying, and I am going to say it, they're probably the 6 best darts he's thrown this week.
But as you say, he's not out of it yet.
He
60.
isn't.
Adam, you require 12.
But he is under pressure to get in the mix in this game. If he doesn't do so, he has got problems.
Game shot on the second leg.
And those darts
Adam
are going
Atkinson.
in vastly different to earlier in the day. What change has he made?
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Or is it just
Game
because
on.
it's the beginning of the match? When he was struggling in his previous match, it was at the end of it. You just wonder if it's... I'm not going to say it's a fitness issue, but is it
97.
an accumulated pressure issue? When he's 3 or 4 legs in, does something start to happen to him?
Let me throw something into the fire here as Howell looks to hit a max in the opening visit of the leg. A lot of Adam Atkinson's darts recently has been in the Vault series of events. Now, that format is best of 3, best of 5 for the most part. So he hasn't played a lot of best of 7 legs darts. Could that possibly be something that could be
96.
a factor, maybe?
Maybe, but he's got enough experience of playing this format to know the rigours of the format and what he needs to do. He has been successful the last 2 times he's been here. I don't think the format has got anything to do with it, but if he is playing shorter format darts away from here, then he needs to train himself to be better at best of 7 in preparation for this. There's no excuse.
There's no excuse and there's no margin for error. And Howell is, again, beginning to find one of those little purple patches. Going for the second max of the leg as far as he's concerned. To leave himself 41 after 9 against the Atkinson darts, who has nothing in way of reply.
It's a great response from James.
84.
Considering how
James
well
required 41.
his opponent played in leg 2. This is experience from Hurrell. He's not rushing anything. He's not showing impatience.
Game shot
He's
on
just
the
picking
third
off
leg.
legs
James
when he gets
Hurrell.
chances. And that's a superb 11 darter from a genuinely world-class player.
Fourth leg, it's James to
It's a
throw
breaker
first.
throw. It's a
Game
2-1
on.
lead, and James Howell is just beginning to motor a little bit. Adam Atkinson in the background. He's playing his best darts of the week, but it seems like when he plays his best darts, his opponent finds things just a little bit like this.
James has been a substitute on the Pro Tour 3 times this year. And in his 6 games, he's averaging 87.75, which
58.
compared to his average on the Challenge Tour is a good 4 points less. I'm quite surprised by that, actually. But in 3 tournaments, he has won his first round match every time. He's beaten Ian White, Alex Spellman, Vincent van der Voort. I'm sure you've heard of all 3 of those guys. And I'm pretty sure you've heard of the 3 players that have beaten him. Gerwyn Price,
85.
Andy Bolton, who was already in the Week 7 final, and Ross Montgomery, the boss. He has had some decent averages in Pro Tour action this year.
140.
In fact, his largest average was in defeat to Gerwyn Price, 99.43. But no surprise to hear that Gezi got 104 in a 6-5 win. It was tight.
Talking about 104, that is what James Howell is touching right now. And it could be within touching distance of a 3-1 lead. It could be back-to-back 11s potentially. Not going to happen now, but he's got all the time. He's got acres of space as far as this leg is concerned. That's an excellent dart for double 4.
78.
Just inside. And now, as we spoke last time with Thomas Junghans, it could get a little bit murky from here.
It's usually at this point I look at the player behind. I want to see
45.
if I can read them.
James, you require 4.
Nothing coming from Hurrell. That might not be a bad marker. That's not cool because that one covers a lot of the bed. That was a wicked deflection.
No score.
There you can see what he could see. That flake was covering all of it. But he is coming back.
And at least, if he didn't miss there, he didn't come inside. So he's going to come back, and he's going to come back for more and more and more.
23. James, you require 4.
And it's happening again as far as Adam Atkinson's concerned. It's been a good 3-leg spell, and the 4th has been just a little bit of a struggle for him. But it's been a struggle for Hurrell as well.
No score.
And he blazes the wire again.
We're starting to see missed darts at double aplenty, just like game 1, where he missed 12. He's already missed 7 here. And his overall statistics are starting to plummet.
59. James, you require 4.
He's actually got the exact same double statistics that he had in his 3rd game right now, 2 from 9. But that's just changed.
James Hurrell.
3-1, 30% on doubles. And even with all of those misses, his average is still above 90.
Leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Just remember, in that leg, he missed a dart at double 4 for a 12 darter.
Got to be honest, and I don't mean to be a pessimist
83.
because I'm not like that. But the opponents of Atkinson this week are too fresh, too seasoned, and in too good a form.
100.
I'm starting to think that there might not be a way back for Adam, and it's only his 4th game of 10. I think it's not going to be his week. If it's not going to be his week, he must go back to Hartlepool and rebuild. Back to the drawing board. Get that confidence up.
180.
And that category today, every time he hits a 180 at the back of the stage, you can see him smiling. I can completely understand why.
140.
It's been feast or famine. It's been either the epitome of excellence or the myriad of mediocrity. Or mediocrity.
$23.
Well, that visit there gives Hurrell a lot of hope that 4-1 is in his future. If that's the case, 6 points and +4 would be his position at the top of the table.
140.
And he knows a thing or two about being top of the table in campaigns like this. It was indeed Group C that he was top of the table in the last time he was here, but he ended up third. And he did not go to Saturday night for the first time. He doesn't want that to happen again.
James, you require 121.
Options. Could have used the bullseye at the start, but was hoping for the bullseye at the end, and he gets neither.
57. Adam, you require 155.
So, Hail Mary time for Atkinson. If he can't take out the 155, his chances of Saturday night are probably being put into the shredder. And, well, he finds the single 5, and so Hubble back for 64. Still a 4-1 success. And if you take out a leg where he struggled on the doubles, this has been an excellent performance. He's climbed his average back up to just underneath 94 and is on the cusp now of a third win from 4.
I'm surprised that James didn't go for treble 8. But he does find himself on tops.
44. Adam, you require 70.
Every single mannerism that is coming from Adam at the minute is one of, I'm working hard. None of this is easy. He's grafting away. And he does have a chance to keep the match alive.
Game shot on the
Bravo,
fifth
that's a
leg.
superb shot.
Adam Atkinson.
Makes things harder for Hurrell. And now he's only got one chance to serve
Sixth
it out.
leg, it's James to throw first.
Imagine if Adam was to
Game
take
on.
it to leg 7. This is just the way this group is going. We've had 4-3s all over the place. A bunch of 4-2s as well. In fact, there's only one game that's gone 4 legs in total.
59.
And that was Adam's first game against Josh Richardson.
And as much as we've spoken about Adam's level of play this week, one thing that absolutely nobody can doubt and nobody can question is the fighting spirit that he
57.
has. When he gets given the opportunities, his double stats today, 2 out of 3 here against Hubble. Elsewhere, 3 out of 8 against Lishman, 1 out of 3 against Mitchell.
96.
And he only had 2 darts at double against Josh Richardson. He's not getting opportunities often, but when he is getting opportunities, the actual conversion rate isn't too bad.
At times this week, that has been the case. In fact, before everything started today, he was 26%.
66.
That doesn't tell you the full story. But predominantly, in a lot of these matches, that is the case. He's not getting enough chances. Think about
100.
the amount of darts at double that some other people have had. Okay, let's use someone in this group as an example, just to emphasize this point. Lishman, this week in Group A, had 124 darts at double. Atkinson had 86.
134.
That's 38 darts difference. That's a lot. If we can embellish that just a little bit more, we'll talk to you
100.
about the likes of Białecki and Belmont a little bit later on, and the amount of darts at double that they've had swamp what Atkinson's had. That's why they're in Group B instead of being in Group C. You'll have to tune in from 10 o'clock tonight to find out those statistics.
83. James, you require 146.
For the match, for 6 points, James Hubble, 146 to get the job done. Does he stay there or does he move across? Went across to the 18s, leave himself double 16.
Yeah, I totally get that. There is a temptation to stay on the 60 there for double 13, but with someone on 161,
138.
go for the
Adam,
percentage
you
play.
require 161.
To save it. Not to be, and Hubble back for double 4 for 4-2. And to, well, having been
43.
in charge of the game, it feels like it'd be a case of
James, you
crawling
require
over the line
8.
now.
He'll take crawling over the line instead of never getting there. And he does get there.
Shots and the match.
Fine display
James
from
Hurrell.
James Hurrell. Missed a few darts at double in that game. He missed 9, in fact. But that's the only reason why his average isn't better than 91.13. Overall, a very solid display. And Hillbilly beats the Poolie by 4 legs to 2.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where we're seeing action for the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, James Hurrell got the better of Adam Atkinson by 4 legs to 2. That puts him top of the table on 6 points, 3 wins from his 4 matches. And next up for us, as you can see on your screen, Tommy Lishman in action up against Thomas Junghans. As far as both of these players' days are concerned, well, it's kind of the roles reversed as far as fortunes are concerned. 2 wins, 1 defeat for Junghans on his day. For Lishman, 1 win, 2 defeats. But Lishman will feel he should be on much more than just 2.
Easy
You're
one.
absolutely right. Let's face facts. The day did not start well for Tommy. It looked like he was knocking on a door that nobody was going to answer.
137.
But he has got himself in a position where he can still get to the top 2 by the end of the day. But then again, if you look at his opponent,
125.
He's got himself off the canvas. And he's starting to play proper darts again. Isn't it great to see?
43.
This is their 4th meeting of the week because they were both involved in Group A. It's currently 2-1 to Lishman. I'm sure that's not a surprise to many people. Junghans beat Lishman on Monday by 4 legs to 3. But since then, Lishman has won 8 legs to 1. It coincides with the downturn in form
100
of the Swiss player and an upturn in form from the English player.
Well, these two are kind of a case of ships passing in the night, weren't they, in Group A? Lishman struggled on day 1. Junghans was quite proficient, and then it just seesawed as the next couple of days are concerned. Junghans first to a finish here, and well, Junghans wins this. He moves on to 6 points, and depending on the margin of victory, could potentially go top of the table, if only temporarily.
116.
And could possibly begin to rule Lishman out the running.
Still staying on the 60 and wisely.
Tommy, you require
Could have used the
81.
treble 16 there as a cover shot, but decided not to. 66 left. Loves a bullseye.
56.
He's had a lot of shots at the bull
Thomas, you
this week,
require
maybe
60.
more than anybody else. Not only is Thomas improving as a player here on Thursday,
Game
but he's getting more chances because of the misses of his opponent.
Second leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game
Penny
on.
for the thoughts of the man from Humberside, because over the last couple of days, he's grabbed 6 points.
24.
That's the best he can do today. And if he was to do that, he'd probably feel it was his best campaign so far from a mentality point of view. He played much better yesterday than at any point this week. He's not doing that today, but if he can somehow muster those 6 points anyway, that will make him feel so good.
122.
Well, Lishman can also look at the fact that he played perhaps the 2 favourites in the group in the first couple of games, Hurrell and Mitchell, so they're out the way with, and maybe he would look at the run towards the finishing line for the day and think, I should fancy my chances the way that I played this week to get
59.
all 6.
Yeah, he probably should fancy his chances, but think of it about tomorrow. He's got to finish against Hull
140.
and Mitchell. When they're perfectly in at the crease, as we like to call it in the sport, because when you've been playing a few matches, there's no excuse. The sharpness should be there. Does he really want to play Hurrell and Mitchell in games 9 and 10 in his campaign?
180.
I'm not so sure. Especially when there's going to be a scrap for the top 2 spots. He must be within striking distance by the time he gets there.
140.
That's his job.
Cheers, Roy.
I suppose I deserve that because I did call you Owen. Thomas has got to be a tank. He's got to remain really, really solid. And whatever he's
59.
built up today, he must stick
requires
with it.
75.
He can't afford to have a weak Friday on top of what's been an improved Thursday. Double top for Tommy.
55.
What are we seeing here?
Thomas
There's a lot of darts going low all of a sudden.
161.
Tired darts, and it has, we said it from the start, it could be an attritional day, and I think it's beginning to bear fruit just a little bit here. Just a couple of tired darts just creeping in, and I suppose the concern will be the fact that
89.
every player's still
Tommy
got one more round
required
of games to
20.
go after this one. So Leishman, double 10,
Game shot on the
found
second
into the
leg.
top
Tommy
right-hand
Leishman.
corner, levelling up at 1 apiece.
Why is that a really
Third
good
leg,
double
it's
10?
Thomas to throw first.
We've seen another double 10 from Younghans today that hit the bottom corner. That's sometimes a perilous shot because you're close to busting the score
100.
with that double 15 to the south. If you are going to go for a first dart double 10, aim for the top third. That's my advice to you.
100.
Make that portion of the double 10 your friend. If you drag it a little bit low, you can still hit it. But if you do hit it a bit high and you get into the single 6 or the double 6, you've still got a shot. If you go low into the 15 or the double 15, you don't.
97.
Got to be a maximum. Had to be. The lie was too good.
180.
Definitely felt Martin Phillips that.
Yes, it did. If you're not privy to that information, it's because we likened his throw to that of the former World Master earlier in the week.
41.
And we did talk about how TJ has been to the semi-finals of the World Masters throughout the last few days.
83.
Bad players don't make the semi-finals of the World Masters.
Actually got a current World Masters semi-finalist in Champions Week in Danny Lalby. The tournament won by Wesley Plessier.
87. Tommy, you require
At the
138.
Devontae Waver complex in Assen in December. Meanwhile, Leishman here, 138. He's done it before today, and he was so close to doing it again.
You've also got a world champion in Champions Week in the shape of Neil Duff. And you've also got someone from Humberside
100.
in Champions Week, and
Tommy,
Rhys
you
Robinson.
require
And I do
9.
believe there's been a little bit of social media interaction between Tommy and Rhys overnight.
5. Thomas, you require 76.
No interaction with double 4. Double top is calling your name, but only just. It was there, wasn't it? You can see
Tommy,
the flight of that dart
4.
when it just flops at the end, when it loses its trajectory. And Leishman
Game
gets the
shot on
double
the third
2.
leg.
That's
Tommy
a break of
Leishman.
throw. So in the battle of the Tommies, you could say, it's the one from England who's leading.
Fourth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Leishman has already had a 138 today. He hit that in that losing effort to James Hubble. That was in game 4 of our day.
41.
A reminder that if you do want to get in contact with us here at the MODUS Super Series. You can do via Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. The handle you need is at MSS Darts. We've been talking to you and asking where you're watching the Super
57.
Series from today. Plenty of different locations. Florida's Space Coast, Congo, Cape Verde, Belgium,
44.
South Africa, Cape Breton Island in Nova Scotia, Canada.
Oh, Cape Breton's nice. They've got an amazing amount of cliffside golf courses there. Oh, talk about heaven on earth.
Even the Philippines, there's people tuning in from.
97.
That does not shock me. Darts is massive in the Philippines. And they've got a very talented crop of players at the minute with Christian Perez and Lawrence
92.
Ilagan and a lot of others as well. I've just been having a glance at all of our performances today as well, and the top performer so far, from what I can see, is Scott Mitchell when he beat Adam Atkinson
100
in Game 5 with a 92.85. We've had 3 maximums in this game.
140. Thomas should require
And we have a Swiss player
167.
with 6 darts to take us to leg 5 all square. This is really encouraging for Tommy.
131.
What is it about that clean slate for Thursday? That ability to just get rid of Group A. He's going to lead double 2, isn't he?
180.
Typical Tommy.
Thomas should require
Although for young
36.
hands, it's been new group, new vibes. Good
Game
vibes
shot on the
only for young
foreplay.
hands. That was
Thomas
a real
Younghans.
dart of conviction from the Swiss to level up at 2 apiece. And Lishman again just watches
Fifth leg,
along.
it's
And
Thomas
what
to
you
throw
see from him
first.
there, you can look at
Game
it. He's just
on.
watching the scoreboard. Now, the monitor just to the left of where the players throw, that's where the scoreboard is. Now, at the end of each leg, there is a 10-second stop on that clock just to refresh all the systems because you're one through one computer here. And it ticks down on that
140.
particular monitor. You'd be privy to it because you've played in this competition. And he's just been watching that tick down. Maybe that's just his mannerism to get used to that
41.
break in between legs.
Yeah, very much so. There's a lot of people who like to get on with the next leg, but here we have a system where there's 10 seconds between every leg. And that will fiddle with some people's rhythm, particularly someone as quick as, say, Yala Clarkson. He wants to get on with it.
91.
But this is the way it is here.
We like to play a game of debutant bingo because there's always one that will accidentally forget.
121.
Well, Thomas did it a couple of times earlier in the week. He tried to approach the hockey, but referees have said, hang on a few seconds.
81.
This is a good game. We've had 4.5 legs, and they're both averaging mid-90s.
83.
One of the best games we've had today so far, and those 4 180s as well. Checkout percentages. Well, in Tommy's case, he's had 7 darts at double and hit 2.
59.
But as far as Thomas is concerned, he's 50%. Pretty efficient stuff.
55.
I didn't really forecast this
Thomas
from young hands
require
today.
130.
There was always a danger that when the slate was clean, that he could start again. Bravo. Earlier in the day, when Lishman had that shot, and his opponent was not on a finish, he went for
90.
treble 14 with the second dart. And yesterday he had a genius 120 finish of treble 20, treble 12,
93.
double 12.
Thomas should require 40.
So Thomas for 3-2. Double 10. Now he's had some real trials on this double, and it's usually because of that kind of dart.
Game shot
But
on the
not
fifth
this
leg.
time.
Thomas
He leaves
Younghans.
Tommy 3-2. And a man who a lot of people fancy, well, the 10-1, I think a lot of people thought was
Sixth
value
leg,
in
it's
terms
Tommy
of his
to throw
chances
first.
of
Game
winning the
on.
group. Well, he's suddenly in a position now where qualification could well be something that lingers through his fingers.
There was a look from Tommy at the end of leg 5 there. He was looking to the heavens.
25.
As if to say, how many times am I going to be put through the ringer today? He's had no easy games. He hasn't dominated
100.
a full game today. It's been hard work. If you think about how many games they've played this week, this being round 4, they've already got 18 games in the bank.
$140.
Well, another ton 40 for Young Hands.
It's going to be an all-England battle after this one.
58.
Both internationals, Mitchell against Richardson. One of the premier games of today's schedule. Richardson on 4 points, Mitchell on 4 points. By that time, Lishman could be on 4
41.
points. Or Younghans is ahead of them both. Joining Hurrell on 6. Things are starting to break down for Tommy.
34.
I think 1 or 2 more tired darts are beginning to come into play, and you could just see by the way that he threw them, there just wasn't enough flow. There was a bit more of a lunge instead of a powerful push in amongst them.
100.
Doesn't get to a finish though, and that's good news for Lishman. Oh, now he's got to go 25.
46.
Intelligently done, but that's the last thing he wanted to use. That was a last chance saloon shot. He might have to take that 170 just to stay in this contest.
The bad news is Young Hands is setting up quite nicely. The good news is Tommy's taken this out this week. He's going to have to do it now. Well, that's not just a game saver. That would have been a group saver potentially, because Young Hands now to move on to 6 points and to put Lishman in a world of trouble.
4-2 scorelines at the minute are very common. We've had 3 in a row.
48.
I was ready to say
Tommy
make that 4.
112.
As far as Lishman's concerned, he'd like to make it 7 legs in this contest, but it's not going to happen.
56.
At least not
Thomas
yet.
required 10.
I do applaud what he just did, by the way. He's going for treble 18 for double 19 because his treble 20 bed was blocked.
Game,
but
shots,
let's make it 4.
and the match.
It's 4-2 once again. Young Hands gets another win. And today is a very, very different day for Thomas, because he's now on 6 points in the table, and that's a more Thomas Young Hands performance. 4 legs to 2 against Lishman, and we'll be back to end round 4 after this.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside and an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Thomas Junghans get the better of Tommy Lishman by 4 legs to 2, doing so with an 87 average. And for Tommy Lishman, his chances of progression really is now hanging in the balance. Next up for us is a battle of 2 players on 4 points as Josh Richardson takes on Scott Mitchell. 2 players who have come into the group on Thursday respectively, and 2 players who have shown us some really, really good stuff so far today, Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, not bad at all from Josh, who started with a 4-0 victory, and Scott Mitchell started with a 4-3 against Tommy Lishman, but that was a somewhat fortuitous 4-3.
Josh to throw first. Game on.
He was given opportunities, which he took. And since then, it's been pretty similar for these 2, but one of them is about to join Hurrell and Junghans on 6 points. With 1 round of matches to go, it's still all to play for. Is it a case of pink trumping blue? Because you get more points for pink than you do a blue in snooker.
140.
He doesn't need 6. He needs 4.
Whatever you do, don't hit the blue, as John Virgo famously said.
Did he really say that?
So when you come in back up, when you're playing a shot, safety shot that comes back up to the bulk cushion, if you hit the blue, then you won't have any chance of that safety shot being a snooker.
That makes sense.
$100.
There have been plenty of pop songs and rock songs about pink over the years. In fact, there is a pop star called Pink. And there's a band called Blue.
There's a band called Deacon
60.
Blue.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I wouldn't be surprised if Scott really likes Deacon Blue. That's very much his era. And one thing's for sure is that
140.
we've got patience in this group. It hasn't been the fastest group. If you are in a spot of bother, like Lishman and Atkinson are, they have 1 hurrah left for the day.
56. Scott, you require 121.
Lishman's got Josh Richardson in his final game, in game 15. So that means Josh plays 2 of the last 4 games, as does Mitchell.
Game
And he
shot
starts
on the
with a
first
1-2-1
leg.
on the ball.
Scott Mitchell.
12 darter, wonderfully executed. Nice respect between these 2. Teammates in the England squad.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw
Bit of
first.
extra
Game on.
grip chalk there for the man from Dorset.
Been playing a lot of local stuff as well, alongside Tommy Morris. What a find he's been at the Super Series, and I think them 2 are just bringing each other along in terms of their game, as Scott Mitchell brings his game along to an Everest-type height.
How did the Dorset team get on? Because when Tommy was here, he started here and then he went to
51.
county and then he came back, didn't he?
They won promotion to the Premier Division for the first time in their history.
Congratulations, Dorset. That's a huge achievement. And I know that will mean a lot to Scott and to everybody in that team. Congratulations.
41.
My first ever county trip was to Dorset back in 1999, November of that year. I have a very good photograph of that trip. Stayed in Weymouth.
180.
It was a baptism of fire. I'd not been that far from home before. And it was a very educational weekend watching the likes of Mac Murphy and Davy Richardson play darts. And
140.
you never forget the first time you meet Dave Jenner from Dorset. Let's put it that way.
Well, Scott Mitchell here. 140 after 9. He's averaging 123. Josh Richardson himself has had a couple of 140s, a max in this match,
Scott,
and he hasn't been given it anywhere
140.
near a look in. And it wouldn't shock you if this went for back-to-back 12s.
Just squeeze it over the top.
60. Joshua
Puts a bit too
required
much into it.
130.
Started with a 1-2-1 on the ball. 130 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 on the b
105. Scott, you require 80.
And so Mitchell for 2-0 lead. The very least, he should get a dart at tops. Well, I said he should have had a dart at tops at the very least. He's going to have to recover from this particular situation. 57, it's not found, and so a little bit of a squiffy
40.
visit from Scott has allowed Richardson in
Joshua
to level up at
25.
one apiece.
Every world-class dart player in that spot hitting a treble one will be disgusted with themselves. One left for the equaliser.
Nine.
Not quite. And Mitchell
Scott, you require 40.
is getting chances that maybe he doesn't deserve. That's darts. What a lovely angle to see what he's trying to do.
30.
I had the old University Challenge camera there. Over to you, double 10.
Joshua requires 16.
And we're going to go across the board at the same height to double 8.
Game shot on the second.
It's a nice
leg.
hit.
Josh Richardson.
But he's fortunate that he got the second visit.
There we are, one apiece. Josh Richardson has just had to survive a few
Third
blushes
leg,
here
it's
and
Josh
there.
to throw first. Game on.
Despite all that, it was still only done in 17 darts.
That's the kind of level that you really need on a consistent level over the course of a county season to even get a look in for selection for the England squad. Somewhere between maybe 88 and 92. We'll get the England or country selectors interested in your capabilities.
68.
Doesn't give a great deal of emotion away, Josh.
80.
I wonder where he's going to be in 10 years. I often wonder that about players in their early or mid-20s. Already young players on the tour like Keane Barry, Josh Rock. I think we know that they're going to be gracing the tour for many seasons. But there are still lots more players coming through who might
59.
just break down the walls of the PDC system if they choose.
Right, I'm going to put you on the spot and under pressure here.
Wouldn't be the first time.
And not the last. Who is, do you think, the first player to walk through these doors at the Super Series?
140.
Who will be the first player to become a PDC World Champion for the first time who's come through these doors?
140.
You might have to give me a minute. It's a tough question. I'm automatically going to the younger players.
100.
Probably got to say Luke Littler.
Joshua require 82.
And my other answer would have been Cam Crabtree, but yeah, it's got to be Luke.
$62. Scott, you require 108.
108 for Mitchell for the break.
Staying on the 18s. Doesn't get the 4 that he wanted for 2 more in the corner. That's a lovely
72.
switch, though. Nice setup. But Josh is already on a double.
20.
Averaging over 91. He's only hit 1 dart at double from 6 attempts. Well, he said a double, but it doesn't register the leg yet. That one does.
On the
It's in exactly the same hole as
Josh
the previous leg.
Richardson.
If we had to spot the
Fourth
difference
leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game
leg
on.
2 and leg 3, honestly, there would be no difference. I'm pretty certain that was in exactly the same puncture wound as the previous one he hit.
And Mitchell finding himself chasing. Remember, he had that blockbuster start. He hit that 1-2-1 for 12 data to kick proceedings off. He was then kicking around an average of 123 before the end of the second leg, and then the missed doubles came into play.
130.
And then Richardson's taken over proceedings from that point onwards. Reminder, 3 more games after this. Younghans, Atkinson, Mitchell, Hubble, Lishman, Richardson. As far as the league table is concerned, both these players began this game on 4 points. Hubble leading the way on 6 alongside Thomas Younghans on 6, both with +3 in the legs difference bracket. Tommy Lishman, 2 points to his name, and Adam Atkinson yet to get off the mark in Group C. The fixtures to come is Younghans against Atkinson, Mitchell up against Hubble,
83.
and Lishman up against Richardson between now and maybe the next hour or so.
This has been a really interesting leg from Josh, because he started with a 130, 60-20 bull, left 371.
100.
At the start of his next visit, he went to 19s. Is he just trying to look at a fresh outlook of how to take a 501? He's the second person I've seen this week going bull or 25 on
80.
dart 3 of a visit, or dart 3 of a leg. I'm trying to calculate in my own head what he's trying to do. 130 leaves 371. He's looking for a 171 to leave 200. It's this whole thing of still trying to get a 10 darter.
105.
That switch to the bull makes a lot of sense to me. I'm still jury's out on 25 and bull with dart 3 of a leg. I might have to confer with some of my analyst colleagues like Glenn,
Scott, you require
Chris,
96.
and Matt to see what they think of it.
I'll find out what Matt thinks tomorrow as Mitchell looks at the 96 for 2 apiece.
I'd be interested to get Scott Mitchell's take on it as well. But is he taking leg 4?
Game shot on the foreplay.
That's a
Scott
classic
Mitchell.
15 darter.
Now, just to run you through the card so far, this is going to be another game that the worst case scenario is going to go 4-2. Now, since Scott Mitchell got the better of Adam Atkinson 4-1, every game has been spun on a pinhead. Younghans beat Richardson 4-3. Lishman beat Atkinson 4-3. And then each of the last 4 matches, and at least 5, have gone 6 legs. So the last however games have gone pretty much to the distance, to the boil.
I think it's a case of these players being evenly matched.
57.
Even Adam, who has not won a game today, he's been out there fighting and scrapping. He's made things very difficult for some players. And in the case of Tommy Lishman, he's had some good spots in his first couple of games, which he couldn't turn into wins.
100.
And we're not talking about massive talents here who put in huge numbers all the time. We're talking about the performance of the day
140.
being that Scott Mitchell win against Atkinson with just shy of a 93 average. It's not like we've seen 105 or 102 or 101 like we have seen twice this week. This has been steady darts all day with a little hint of spectacular thrown in the mix.
Well, we've already seen Scott do this before, the 1-2-1. He did it in the opening leg of the match. Is he going to repeat the feat
59.
to put him on the
Scott,
hill?
you require 121.
$51 needed. He hasn't taken his eyes off that bullseye.
72.
Just for a second, he
Joshua
thought
require
maybe,
148.
should I lay up? I think he did the right thing, you know. Even though Josh has missed that 148, I still think he did the right thing.
60. Scott, you require 49.
So to get this oh so crucial break under his nose. Double 16. One left. not found.
33.
And so Richardson's going to get his own opportunity. The worst case scenario should be a dart to the bull.
Ironically, he's averaging 88. Double 14. So close. And so
74.
close again.
Scott, you
That's
require
darts.
16.
Width of the wire stuff. And Mitchell could still find a break. He's the width of a wire away now.
Game
But
shot
he finds
on the
double
fifth
four.
leg. Scott Mitchell.
Not in the same hole that Josh created. But it is a lead for Mitchell. If this was set darts, Henry,
Sixth
it will
leg,
be
it's
1
Scott
set
to
to 0
throw
for Mitchell,
first.
but it's leg play, and he still needs one leg to win.
Game
But
on.
not the leg play, set play that we're going to be playing this weekend in Yeovil, because it is the World Masters, which is going to be played over the best of 3 legs to a set over at the Westlands Complex in Yeovil.
Yeah, good luck to everybody who's competing there this weekend.
100.
I've been in touch with our commentary colleague, Chris Mason, in the last 24 hours, just sending him some good luck. But he's taking on one of our other friends in Trina Gulliver, of course. So good luck to both parties. And there's
105.
another bull switch on dart 3. There are many of our friends playing in Yeovil this weekend. And I'm sure it'll be a spectacular time
140.
to try and win that spectacular trophy.
It's an absolute Bobby Dazzler. Well, they're all looking to pick up the trophy here on Saturday night at the Super Series.
140.
Scott Mitchell, there'd be something he would like to add to what is already a glittering resume and a glittering CV. And if he does make it through to Saturday night's finale, I suggested there'd be a fair few in the crowd from Dorset watching him on. And if you want to watch a legend of the game potentially in action, we're going to have a bit of
100.
X Factor on Saturday night. Scan that QR code, which takes you to dartshot.tv, and that is where you can claim your tickets through to every single Saturday night finale here at the MODUS Super Series.
If Josh makes his way through, I'll be shocked if James Richardson's not here.
60.
Josh's biggest
Scott,
fan.
you require
In fact, I wouldn't be
161.
surprised if Josh brought a little entourage. Match point, Mitchell. He fancies it?
120.
Why not? A little bit of a wry smile from Scott. But that would have been a spectacular end to his 4th game of the day and to round 4 as a whole here in Group C.
64.
Wasn't the worst miss in the
Scott, you
world in the ball.
require
41, 9
41.
for double 16 for 4-2 win, which would put Mitchell onto 6 points in the group. It means 3 players onto 6 points.
Game,
And
shot,
that's exactly
and
what
the match.
happened.
Scott
And in fact,
Mitchell.
Scott Mitchell will go to the summit of Group C by bettering Josh Richardson by 4 legs to 2. A nice embrace from the 2 England teammates. But it is Mitchell with a 97.5 average who runs out a 4-2 victor.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final round of matches here in the MODUS Super Series for Group C in Week 7. And Thomas Younghans and Adam Atkinson will have their 4th battle of the week here in Game 13.
First
see who
leg,
can
it's Thomas
finish
to throw
on a high.
first. Game on.
It is Adam's last chance to get points for the day, and this is a very familiar feeling for him. But for Younghans, if he can get a win in this game, he is very much in the frame for possibly winning this group. But there is something a bit more important
81.
in the table right now. Let's have a look at this. In the top 3, you've got Younghans on 6, you've got Hurrell on 6, you've got Mitchell on 6. Richardson, Lishman and Atkinson currently outside the top 3.
140.
But what we can see from that is that in the legs difference column, you've got 1 leg between those 3. And indeed, the same can be said for Josh Richardson, who is sitting on 4 points. This, Henry, is a very tight table.
It's a group with a little bit of devilish delight with 666 at the top of it. But it means it's going to give us a bit of drama going into tomorrow. You and Matthew Egg are going to have, well, I suppose you're going to have to buy another pad of paper and get an extra abacus out to try and quantify what's going to happen from here.
Don't you worry about that. I brought an extra pad of paper with me. I'm always well prepared.
81.
As far as Thomas is concerned, his best daily total this week was 6 points on Monday. He could better that here on Thursday, and after everything he's been through the last 2 days, it won't feel like 8 points if he wins.
99.
It'll feel like 28. How many times have we seen it where people struggle at the end of Group A and they figure it out come Group C?
99.
Dart players like urgency.
A case of dusting off and starting again, and that's what Thomas has done to such great effect.
He's a classy dart player.
100.
It can't be denied.
Thomas should require 140.
But this format can chew you up and spit you out. Went for the marker, tried to sneak in another 60, just misses out. So we've got 65 left. 25 or treble 11.
77. Adam, you require
Nothing wrong with that.
118.
Still missed it.
As Adam Atkinson got Thomas Younghans' number 118. 118. The number's been got.
Adam
And Atkinson leads and gets the break of Thomas Younghans. And it is a 1-0 advantage here for Adam Atkinson, the man who so desperately needs points to end his day to give himself any kind of chance of qualification. May have got the first step upon that road.
85.
I said it was their 4th game. Atkinson has won 1 of them. And that was on Tuesday by 4 legs to 0.
60.
That was his only win of the week. So maybe Thomas is the right canvas for him. Maybe he's the right pace. It could be anything.
140.
But at the minute, I think Adam would take a win against anyone. And with 118, he's got his first Tom Plus finish of the week.
But have a look at these numbers as well. The average, 103.71. I know it's still early days. And the question we are going to ask, and we're going to ask it again, is he's had good starts to games, but it's just languished a little bit towards the latter end and towards the tail of it.
You would have to ask him as to how he's been
96.
feeling towards the end of a match. But there have been games where he has had that good start. He has not been able to sustain it. Whereas the staying power of Thomas today has been
140.
not just much improved, but incredibly impressive because he's been tested by some top quality opposition. He's the only person to have beaten Scott Mitchell today. And he did so
100.
with an average of around 90. And I know his percentage on doubles wasn't brilliant, but imagine how impressive it is in a best-of-7 match to get 17 darts at double against someone like Mitchell.
45.
That in itself is impressive.
Adam, you require 80.
So to double the advantage. But it's that errant split into the 1 or the 5 again for Adam Atkinson. It's been the story of his week, but that's an excellent recovery. But then the last
66.
one strays and strays.
Thomas, you require 156.
Far from a graze. And the 156 is not on for Younghand. So the returning double for Atkinson is going to be double 7.
140.
Considering his angle of attack,
Adam, you require
this is not
14.
ideal. This is not kind. If he hits this double 7, he deserves a crystal.
No score.
Good try, but that was very
Thomas, you
difficult.
require 16.
He couldn't find his way through the maze. That may not be too bad for Thomas.
Game
It was
shot on the
perfect for
second
Thomas,
leg.
level at 1
Thomas
apiece.
Younghand.
That sort of marker on the other side of the board, as we've seen all week with a double 10, is far from a helper. In fact,
Third
because
leg, it's Thomas
his
to throw
darts group
first.
quite close
Game
together,
on.
it kind of clatters off the barrel because it stands up to attention in such a way. But on that particular double, it works perfectly for him. It gives him the perfect sighter.
140.
Maybe another victory's in his sights.
I've just been having a look, actually, at Adam's challenge tour season. Maybe the signs were there for what we have seen, because in the averages table, he's 165th.
43.
81.81 for the season over 30 matches. That's a good sample size. At no point, apart from one game,
100.
has he averaged over 100. And that one was over 105. On the 22nd of January, he played pretty well. He made the last 64 and lost out to top French player Thibaut Tricol.
96.
But only 2 last 32s in Challenge Tour darts this year. And since March, in the Challenge Tour, he's only won 2 games.
140.
I get the feeling if he doesn't come through this group, then it's going to be hard work on the amateur darts circuit for the next few months for Adam Atkinson, especially over the summer.
96. Thomas will require
And I am
121.
sure there are going to be plenty of ADC tournaments in the northeast of England over the next 3 or 4 months. 1-2-1.
Game shot on the third
Flamboyance
leg.
From
Thomas
Younghands.
Younghand.
I like it a lot. Bull 39-32. Confidence
Fourth
is
leg,
evident.
it's Adam to throw first.
Very, very
Game
nice.
Confidence is a preference in the habitual voyeur, which is known as dart life.
On. 121.
How long have you been waiting to say that? I can confirm he didn't have that written down.
I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
55.
Everything's a blur. Well, everything will feel very clear
100.
for Thomas after that 1-2-1. It really was a wonderful checkout. And he's playing well again. 3 legs in, he's averaging 95. And he is firmly a very different player to the last 48 hours.
95.
We, as a twosome over the last couple of days, Henry, we have encouraged Thomas to hit doubles because we didn't want him to be associated with that record of losing legs. He eventually did succumbed to 22 lost legs in a row.
140.
Which means he's tied for an unwanted record. But nobody wants to play poorly when they come here. They want to play well. And he's played better today than at any point this week for me.
Adam, you require 140.
You could argue that he played better on Monday, but because of what he's been through, I say Thursday is better than Monday.
$100.
Nice leave. Tops after 12. That's more like it. His best average this week is a losing average of 87.32.
140.
Leave Thursday
Adam, you require 40.
with a 90 plus for the first time this week. Can he get close on dart 3?
No score.
Not close enough.
Thomas, you require 140.
Young'uns might gobble him up here. Break opportunity imminent.
He couldn't, could he? This would be so endemic of Adam Atkinson's week.
Game shot on
So
the fourth leg.
typical of Adam
Thomas
Atkinson's
Younghans.
week. Just when he thought that there was a glimmer and possibly a little bit of a flicker or a
Fifth leg, it's
spark,
Thomas to throw
the
first.
fire has been
Game on.
extinguished with a hose, and Younghans leads 3-1.
But look how well he's playing. Adam's average dipped below the 90 mark because of those
45.
3 missed darts at tops. And Younghan's just a very different player today.
It's day one, Thomas. It's Monday, Thomas. Well, it's better than day one, Thomas.
My name isn't Thomas. And it's Thursday.
140.
Cheers, Owen.
His emotions have been in check today. He's had so much in the way of things to think about. Darts that have been landing on the floor. People hitting stuff against him.
58.
Thomas not getting the things that he wants. This is an emotional minefield here when you're here for 6 days. Maybe. But if he's here on Saturday night, I'll be the first person to shake his
91.
hand and say, well done. Because when Peter Manley lost 22 legs in a row, he didn't feature on Saturday night, did he? Imagine coming back from that.
60.
Peter Manley did go top of Group C that week, although that was after the first game.
That was definitely a glasses half full comment, Henry, so bravo for that. What's Adam doing here?
48.
He really did think about that, because when he had 270, he really should have stayed on the 60 to try and leave a finish. But then he looked at Thomas's
100.
score and thought, well, I'm not worried about leaving a finish right now by using the 20s. I'll try and get it some other place on the board. It didn't work. But he must get to a finish this time, I feel, and he's going to.
100.
Much more positive display here. I know he's losing 3-1. But he's had 8 darts at a double in the game. He's averaging nearly 90. More encouraging. And he's had his first ton plus finish.
100.
A lot of positives.
Adam, you require
in this match.
122.
He might even get a second one. And this is somewhat harder than the 118 he had. Somewhat impossible now.
Well, I've already seen a 138 today, as we mentioned earlier, by Tommy Leishman. Can Younghans
42.
finish
Thomas,
off
you require
with the Della?
138.
19's route.
$98.
So good.
Adam, you require 80.
What counting from Younghans? Single 20s needed. This is to stop. 0 points for 3 days out of 4.
60.
He can't stop Young Hands now.
Thomas
might
to require 40.
Thomas the Tank Engine after all.
Tops for Thomas to
shot,
pick the
and the
points up.
match. Thomas
And he will
Young
finish
Hands.
off on 8 points after day 1 in Group C. 4 wins from 5. A little hug to Adam Atkinson, whose improved performances today didn't yield any wins, but he'll move into tomorrow looking to find some victories. As for Young Hands, a 4-1 success for him. Mitchell Hubble next.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Hello, folks. Penultimate game coming your way now, and it is the game that you've all been waiting for. It is the two big hitters in Group C, with Mitchell now against Hurrell to see who's going to finish their day on 8 points.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
We already have somebody on 8 points. Thomas Younghans of Switzerland has finished on 8 points and a leg difference of +6. Really, really good from the Swiss player. He's the person to catch.
100.
Both of these guys can catch him, but only one of them will.
Well, Howell kicks off with a match, which gives us perhaps
180.
the perfect interlude to talk about a battle these two had early on this year, because they met on the Challenge Tour the first weekend of which, and in that game, James Howell hit a 9-dart finish against Mitchell, but it was Scott who ran out the
45.
victor in the end by 5 legs to 4. That was in the second Challenge Tour of the season, and James Howell here is kicking off in a good vein, just not a perfect vein.
122.
Yeah, it was a great game of darts. Hurrell finished with an average of 103.43, lost the match to Mitchell, who averaged 10 less than him. 3-0 to Mitchell.
70.
And then Hurrell gets in on the act with a 13-darter. Then Mitchell goes 4-1 up, and you think, well, that's the end of that. Oh, no. Hurrell went a bit crackers after that.
99.
14-9-16. But then in the last leg, where I'm sure there were a few nerves, 17-darter from Mitchell to nick that one to make the final. But he didn't win the title.
No, that went the way of Christian Kist. The lipstick.
Yeah, final involving
140.
Lakeside champions.
James require
I'm sure
100.
that's a rarity on the Challenge Tour with 2 Lakeside champions in a final. But that's exactly what the strength is.
Game shot on
of
the first leg.
Amateur
James
darts at the
Hurrell.
minute. And there's more strength with a 12-dart start for Hillbilly Hurrell.
Second leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Harper's that ambition of world number 1 within the WDF system. So this is how things
140.
Well, it has been an excellent
140.
start to this game. Just to mark the card in that game, nothing went above 6 visits. The worst leg was an 18.
But that's what you expect from Challenge Tour darts. We've seen
100.
some averages on the Challenge Tour over the last 2 or 3 years, which would rival some of the best performances on the Pro Tour. The strength and depth now is getting quite scary. In fact, didn't Fallon Sherrick have a massive average as
100.
well on the Challenge Tour of about 117?
It was big. I'm not sure it was that big, but it was a huge one, wasn't it? Way in excess of a ton. I think it was about 104, 105, something on them lines. Was that the game she had the 9 darter in as well, wasn't it?
180.
I'll look into that.
I know the record average for a female player is 113. That's held by Beau Greaves at the Welsh Open competition. Hubble here, by the way, is on for an 11. 81 after 9 to go 2-0 up
100.
in next to no time
James
at all.
Require,
His average at the
81.
minute is 131.5. I know it's still only early days, but it's just a sign of how well he's playing.
41.
He hopes he comes back.
Scott, you require 161.
This would hurt. These guys have played alongside each other and against each other for years. They
James,
know
you
exactly
require
what they can do.
40.
But this is Hurrell at his premium best. 2 markers.
Game shot on the second
Uses
leg.
dart 1.
James Hurrell.
2-0 to Hillbilly. Just looking into that, Fallon Sherrick average was 110.3.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
I was overshooting it by 7 points, so I do apologise. What has Mitchell got to do to get a leg in this contest? He's averaging exactly 100.
100.
Well, the good news for Scott is he knows exactly what it's like to play James Hurrell when he goes at this. We can reference back to that Challenge Tour game. Although, of course, the roles are reversed because Mitchell was the one who was racing into that particular lead before James Hurrell went just a little bit silly.
Signs are good for Mitchell. And sometimes game chemistry is a very big thing.
140.
You do think that Mitchell and Hurrell playing each other, it suits them both. They're not necessarily the same pace, but they're very much okay with the pace of the game.
100.
You play certain players and you think, they're just a bit quick for me. They're a bit slow for me. But every time you play a tournament of darts, you're going to look around the room and think, you know what, I wouldn't mind playing them because I'm okay with their pace. And
100.
I was always all right playing Phil Taylor. His pace of play was perfect for me. I hated playing really quick players. I couldn't stand playing Ricky Evans.
100.
I felt dizzy at the end of it.
Scott, you require 121.
Well, Mitchell's already taken this out today, and he feels as if he may have to take it out. He's averaged 107.27 after 3 legs of darts, and this is his first dart at double.
93.
It doesn't go. And it really
James
wouldn't surprise you if Hull
161.
nets the 161.
3 words going through the mind of Mitchell right now. Don't you dare. It was very close. James threw that dart, and he was very hopeful that it was going to be on the other side of the wire.
137.
This is a first-class performance.
Scott, you require 28.
There it
Game
is.
shot on the third leg.
Well done, Scott.
Scott Mitchell.
This is a high-quality contest, and we don't want to get enough of this.
Fourth leg, it's
When they're
James
in this
to throw
kind of mood,
first. Game
You
on.
want it to be best of 19. First dart statistics in this game. I wish I had them at hand. They're peppering that 60.
140.
Like it's a fillet steak.
Don't know what you do to your fillet steaks now.
Lots of pepper.
$45.
Here's the problem that Mitchell's got, though. Hurrell getting that jump with the break early means that he's just got to hold from here. And when he's being this strong on his darts, he might be unbreakable. It's a glorious maximum.
180.
I'm not going to say it, Henry. In fact, I don't think you should either, because this is stratospheric. I just want to see where Hurrell ends up.
140.
And I'm being completely superstitious. This is as good as we've seen.
That's the 10th time the first treble of a visit for James Hurrell has been a treble 20. This is
170.
as good as it. It's too good. He's hit the bullseye. He's laid up a 170 to leave himself on 11 after 9.
That's why you should go treble 7.
$100.
You left it, James.
James, you require 11.
Get yourself a nice big 3 and a skinny 4s.
Game
And that
shot on
is
the
a
fourth
wonderful
leg.
11 dart leg.
James Hurrell.
We are in record territory, maybe. That is the most I'm
Fifth
going
leg,
to
it's
say.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Mitchell is averaging over 100, and he's not getting close.
He's had 5 140s and he's hardly had a sniff.
Yeah, but Hurrell has had 4 140 pluses,
180.
3 maximums, and that is Mitchell's first. This is something we are going to show you. This is 4 legs of darts. Just take that in for a second.
123.
All of those ton pluses, all of those ton 40 pluses, all of those maximums in 4 legs.
I'm going to tell you this now. This is the best game we have seen at the Super Series in 2023.
83.
The best game.
Not even finished yet. Might see something else. This might be the best that James Hurrell's ever played in a best of 7 match.
140.
What a performance. I think it's about time we said it. If he clears 238 and 6, it's a record.
43.
Not a venue record. A Super Series record. We wait with bated breath to see what else he's got.
Needs a treble though now.
100.
He has 1 checkout for a record. The closest we've been in the last 2 years, from what I can remember, is Mike Warburton in Southampton, who did have darts for the record.
95.
James Hurrell
James,
to
you
end
require
an encapsulating
138.
display, which could well be as good as we've ever seen here at the Super Series. 138 to get it done. Not to be this time. And most likely now, the record has
98.
gone. It straggles now to 118.11.
Scott, you require
It's
100.
close. It's actually microscopic. But Mitchell might deny him.
Game
That's
shot on the
amazing.
5th leg. Scott
Wow.
Mitchell.
If Hurrell hit that tops with the first dart, he might have got close to
6th leg, it's James to throw
118.66.
first. Game on.
And now we have a 5-leg game where Hurrell has to hold just to get the win. He might even improve on what he's doing.
140.
I was going to say, when you said it might actually hinder Hurrell, I was thinking, actually, he's got a chance now.
Well, yes, if he gets another 11 darter or a 12, it will be a record.
There it is. Now, the record for
100.
any televised event which has been shown on TV is 123.4. That's Michael van Gerwen, Premier League 2016. This is being televised.
64.
Still going to have to do it in 2 visits, 297. It's a massive ask. He might need a 4th maximum to have a genuine shot at a Super Series record.
60.
The record in this venue is 115.62. There's a number of players who hold that particular prize. But when you have a purple patch like that, sometimes it can then dip underneath.
100.
Not enough. Let's forget about the record for a second. Let's think about how good this game has been. Doubles, both 50% and above. Mitchell has played his part. He has pushed Hurrell to being this good.
81.
177 would make it interesting. Does he know how well he's playing?
When you're playing your best, you don't have a clue. If he knows something about how well he's playing, he might stutter at the end. The best performances of
42.
your life are the performances where you haven't got a clue what's happening. You're in this little bubble of ignorance. And that's probably his worst visit of the whole match.
Did he realise? It's now gone down to just a tick under 113. 155 would straggle
78.
it up quite considerably.
James
And it would
155.
end an incredible performance from the Hillbilly.
Let's not forget that when Mitchell hit that 100 checkout, Hurrell was on tops for the match.
43.
Averaging over 118. We don't know exactly if he'd hit that tops with 1 dart, if the record would have been broken.
However, if Mitchell finds a 140 here, Hull has to take out the 112. Otherwise, a man who's been threatening the record average would be
94.
second favourite to win the match. He's got to take this 112 out. Otherwise, Mitchell's coming back for the break and for 3-3 and the opportunity to win the match. And suddenly,
72.
from the depths of record breaking,
Scott, you require
could become
88.
the most engrossing comeback from Scott Mitchell.
He took 102. He's not going to take 88 in 2. But he might take it in 3. Hurrell is thinking, will you just leave me alone and give me a shot at tops for the match?
52.
And he finally does.
James
Hurrell has
40.
absolutely dazzled us with this performance. Double 10. 5s.
Game,
The Hillbilly
shots,
rocks.
and the match.
The Hillbilly
James
rolls.
Hurrell.
Scott Mitchell had to just stand in line and just watch the tolls. 106.34 average. He was averaging 118 deep into the 5th leg, going into the 6th. That was how good a performance that was from James Hurrell. As good a game as you're going to see at the Super Series. Scott Mitchell, 96, and nothing to change. Lishman Richardson completes the lineup next.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Got your breath back? Because that was absolutely spectacular. James Hubble beating Scott Mitchell by 4 legs to 2. And that told only half of the story, really. 106.3 for the average. It was threatening the record average for large swathes of it. And so that victory, we'll show you in the league table in a second, puts him onto 8 points in the group.
Leg, it's Tommy to
it
throw
condensed
first.
Scott Mitchell to
Game
6
on.
points. Thomas Younghans is going to be the leader overnight, no matter what. Our final game sees Tommy Lishman in action up against Josh Richardson. This is how
55.
the table looks at the top end, at least, going into the final round of matches. Paul Nicholson is alongside myself, Henry Deacon, in the commentary box for our final game of a marathon afternoon, which
81.
is encapsulated, has dazzled, and sometimes left us with some questions.
The first answer has been
99.
Thomas Younghans at the top of the table. Who thought that was coming? But Mitchell in third, 6 points usually on a Thursday. That's pretty good. But he might find himself in
26.
fourth, courtesy of Josh Richardson. Any win for Josh will put Mitchell in fourth overnight.
58.
Hurrell is safe in second. And that, provisionally, is a spot in Saturday with half of the games to go on Friday.
What's been your thoughts and assessment of
40.
Tommy Lishman's session to press?
The one thing that gets my interest the most is that the way his
78.
campaign started today, he should have beaten Scott Mitchell. That is no secret. But because he didn't, it seems as if he's been on a path of people doing things against him, and he's been making mistakes that he has not made the last 2 days.
80.
Right now, he will be feeling extremely frustrated. And he's going to have to get his running shoes out tomorrow, because as we go around the
81.
bend towards the home straight, he's going to have to be fast.
Well, this is the proverbial 4.2 in the group, so this will be the first fixture of tomorrow afternoon's set of fixtures here at the Super Series as Richardson nails the max.
180. Tommy required 130.
And a bit of a gilding as well. Lishman 130. He's already had a couple of big finishes today. Double 5.
120.
Would have got us off to the perfect start in this game.
Joshua required 94.
This is just about the quickest game we've got in this group. He will not be happy with those two darts. If he was going to grade them, he'd give them a U.
20. Tommy required 10.
So back up for 5s for Tommy Lishman. 1-2-2. We've seen this. Oh, no, we're
No
not even going to
score.
see the 2-2. That's
Joshua
a rare
requires
wayward
74.
dart for Tommy Lishman.
Lovely shot. 2 8s. Oh, no,
score.
Josh.
Tommy required 10.
They're both at it.
Game
Tired
shot on the
darts
first
in
leg.
game 15,
Tommy
and
Lishman.
ultimately it's Tommy who takes leg number 1. We've gone from the sublime to the ridiculous.
Second leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
Can there be pressure? Because both players would have watched that game in the practice room. Would have seen the levels that Mr. Hubble and Mr. Mitchell were providing us. Can there be a pressure being the next game on after something like that?
140.
No, I don't think so. I think you're focused on who you're playing and when you're playing them, but
63.
sometimes you want to try and live up to that, but it's a very different set of circumstances. I think the only thing on Josh's mind is win the game,
134.
walk away with 6 points. You're only 2 points behind the top 2. That in itself is not a bad day.
96.
And it's at this point we talk about flipping the fixtures around. Richardson plays first game tomorrow against Lishman.
100.
He wins this game and the next one. He's on 8 points with Younghans and Hurrell, albeit with them having a game in hand. And let's face it, Hurrell's got
78.
Mitchell.
Joshua required
Younghans has got Atkinson.
127.
That's good for Younghans, but that's awful for Hurrell.
Well, that would have been hellish from Lishman. He didn't have to go
Game
for the
shot on the second
bullseye,
leg.
but he's
Josh
going to.
Richardson.
1-2-7 and game for Josh Richardson.
Third leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to slightly retract what I said about playing Mitchell first game of the day.
140.
Maybe it's a good thing he's playing him first, getting it out of the way. If you look at the fixtures for tomorrow,
86.
Josh Richardson finishes first. That might be a really good thing for him. He can set the target. Horrell finishes against Younghans. They're currently in the
54.
top 2 spots. Will they be when they play in game 14 tomorrow? And then, the end of the fixtures, Mitchell Lishman. Mitchell will know
93.
exactly where he stands when he plays game 15 tomorrow at around about this time.
$99.
What do you think, Henry? At this stage, almost 50% through the group.
180.
Who's going to make it?
Look, there's going to be a little bit of a caveat as far as Thomas Younghans is concerned. Just based on what happened, his good start on Monday, then didn't correlate on
59.
Tuesday.
Joshua
That's going to be the question I'm going to ask there.
142.
The question we asked of Josh Richardson is, can he take the 142? He's already had a 127. Is he going to have another big finish to the collection? Double 11 was almost heaven for Josh Richardson.
Tommy required 149.
Still got double 11.
Joshua required 22.
Can he take it?
No score.
He can't get 2 legs 11.
Tommy required 36.
He's been mustered on double 18 this week.
No score.
No mustard
Joshua
here.
required 22.
Just a lump of lard. 2-11 for Richardson for the break. He's going to split this time. He's had enough of the double. He changes MO, he changes tack, but that's not a nice dart for Josh. The big barrel.
Game shot on the third.
Not an
leg.
issue.
Josh
2-1. Break
Richardson.
a throw in Richardson's favour.
Fourth leg, it's Josh to throw
Lishman looks a bit
first.
lost.
Game on.
Only 2 points for his campaign today. It will feel very similar to what he did on Monday. That's what he got.
60.
And over the last 48 hours, he's almost gotten used to the fact that he'd win more games than he lost.
100.
That has been reversed throughout our 15 matches today so far. But he could still find his way to 4 if he can find 3 legs from here.
100.
But he's up against someone who looks a bit more likely than him at the minute, unless something changes.
140. $140. $97. $83. Tommy require
So
164.
Tommy Lishman 164 for 2 apiece. Not going to happen. So Richardson 118 to put himself a leg away.
82. Joshua require 118.
Single 18, and he's missed it.
So Lishman 82 for 2-2.
95.
And he's left himself on
Tommy
23.
require 82.
Cataclysmic errors here. Bullseye for Lishman.
39.
And chance for Josh.
Joshua
to widen the
required
gap to
23.
2. You don't often see yourself on 23 points. And he's
No
bust
score.
it.
Tommy require 43.
You couldn't have scripted some of the darts that we've seen in the last few visits.
He loves double 14. He'll always try and leave double 14, but not that it's going to work on this occasion. And so
23.
Richardson comes back for 23 to make it 3-1. This time he wants to find the double 8. He finds the double 8. He leads 3-1.
Josh Richardson.
Josh Richardson, a leg away from the victory post. So for viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV, we're going to be leaving you in around about a minute's time. So if you want to complete the action here at the MODUS Super Series, head over to the YouTube channel where we will have coverage up until the session's conclusion. We'll be leaving you to join the Greyhound racing coverage very shortly. So the Super Series YouTube channel is the place to be to continue watching live coverage. And it may not last much longer because Josh Richardson kicks off with a ton 3-4 in the 5th.
$93.
So for those of you joining us on Sporty Stuff TV, we're going to be leaving you in the next 30 seconds or so. So if you want to continue watching live coverage of the MODUS Super Series, then head over to the Super Series YouTube channel now. We're going to be leaving you around about now to join our coverage
96.
of the Greyhound racing. We'll be back from 10 o'clock this evening. So for those of you departing us on Sporty Stuff TV, thank you for tuning in. And for those of you joining us on the Super Series YouTube channel from there, very warm welcome to you. You are watching continuous coverage of Tommy Lishman against Josh Richardson. As Lishman aims to tots a 3-2, he finds the 80 to do exactly that. And so Josh Richardson, who's had opportunity after opportunity in this game, now has the serve to see it out. He leads 3-2. Lishman only pegging a leg back. And Richardson dipping his bread back in the lipstick again.
100.
Just a reminder, we will be back on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock tonight for the beginning of Group B. And we've got quite the cast list for that as well, including semi-finalists from Champions Week in the last phase, Owen Bates, Alexander Merckx, a former Champions Week finalist himself, Crocodile Dundee, Paul Hogan will be joined by two of the best European players in the game at the minute in Sebastian Białecki and Stefan Belmont.
92.
But here, Josh Richardson is closing in on victory, 278 points away from doing exactly that. It's going to be less than that. He has put
180.
a black hole through this leg. And that's just a Hail Mary 180 potentially for Lishman.
Joshua required 98.
98 for the match. 78 left. And so it gives him double 12 to win it. And win it is exactly what Josh Richardson does with a 12-dart finish. Josh Richardson gets the better of Tommy Lishman by 4 legs to 2 to round off our action here in Group C at the Super Series. It means overnight he's going to be on 6 points. He finds himself in the top 3 going into the overnight action at the Super Series. And so that concludes our action, but doesn't conclude our coverage. Paul Nicholson's made his way up to the balcony, and we're going to hear from him now. He's talking to Chris Murphy.
Yeah, what a thrilling end to the day, the last couple of matches in particular. Look, we'll start with the penultimate one, James Hurrell. Scott Mitchell, I saw him in the practice room as I was walking through, very, very disappointed to have played so well and lost, but Hurrell almost a record breaker.
Yeah, just wonder what would have happened if he'd got that shot at tops when he was 3-1 up. That 100 checkout from Mitchell was amazing because that game, in the first 3 or 4 legs, you just got the feeling that they weren't going to miss. It was a stunning contest. Something about that pair that seemed to bring out the best in each other because they had a really good game at the weekend as well. Yeah, really good chemistry. Obviously, James got a 9-darter against him earlier in the Challenge Tour season, but you do find that with certain fixtures. You think about Gary Anderson, whenever he plays Michael van Gerwen, he gets that extra 3 or 4% out of himself. And I can't wait to see those guys play each other in Game 2 tomorrow. We'll take a look at how the table stands overnight. Josh Richardson as well. He went into that last game like a man on a mission and probably needed those 2 points when you look at Hurrell and Youngans on 8. Yeah, he's got a really good position, as Josh, because not only has he got those 2 points against Lishman and can find him to 2 for the day. But if he does that again tomorrow, he will join the party on 8 points. So the position of his fixtures has worked in his favour on this occasion, and he will be the first person to finish his campaign, so he can set the clubhouse lead.
Are you surprised by Thomas and Tommy, the positions they're in?
Yes. I mean, I was standing here with you earlier on saying that Lishman was one of my guys to make the top 2 by the end of the day. He's in the bottom 2, but Young Hans, I've got to give him a load of credit. He's been down on his hunches the last couple of days, but he's got himself up and he is firmly in the mix now.
Yeah, so come on, I'll ask you for a little bit of a prediction then. It looks like we know James Hurrell's going to play well, but so are two or three other players.
Yeah.
Who are your 2 to go through?
I'm going to go for Hurrell, just based on the way he's played throughout the whole day. But I think there could be 3 players vying for the other one. I wouldn't count out Scott Mitchell, though. I think he's got doggedness, no pun intended. And I'm still going to go for Mitchell to nick it.
Well, it will be concluded tomorrow, 1 p.m. here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. 3 p.m. the Sporty Stuff TV coverage begins, and tonight we've got Group B getting underway. Both of those platforms from 10 p.m. So if you look at Group B, Alexander Merckx, a weekly winner, Owen Bates, a weekly winner, Sebastian Białecki's been playing excellent stuff this week, Paul Hogan and Stefan Belmont. Look, we'll preview that a little bit this evening, but it is a very strong-looking group.
It is. I think Paul Hogan's got to be really careful. I think, considering the amount of experience he's got, we expect from him. But the other guys, they're either sharp because they've played this week, or they're sharp because they're doing stuff either here or in other arenas throughout the year. I would say that Hogan is probably the one player that has got the least amount of form recently. So maybe he can go a little bit under the radar possibly, or have a little bit less pressure, but we're not going to allow him that. We expect from him, and I think he's probably the one that we're asking the questions most of.
Right, you can, as I said, join this group again tomorrow, but this evening, tonight, 10 p.m, that group will get underway, and it is going to be exciting, so do join us then.